Okay, welcome everyone. We'll get started. I'd like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed, and for those in attendance, if you could please put your phones on silent mode. Approval changes to the agenda. We have 3 additional items of correspondence. One is related to CS 20-15 on the return to play, and 2 are related to the first planning report. Also, I understand Councillor Taylor has requested that we add a closed session discussion to hear new information from staff related to the hub lands. This would follow the deputation of Paul Anderson. Also, Councillor Taylor is suggesting we lift item 13 of the CIC minutes for discussion, just so the matter can be discussed if required. Let me see here. If I could have a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Van Passen? I can't hear you, sorry. 7A?
Could I pull item 7A from the CNC minutes from September 15th, too, please?
Okay, anything further? Mover and a seconder then for that. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? And that's carried. Opposed? Okay. Let's see, any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Van Passen, we have your declaration made at the Public Hearings Committee and Counseling Committee, so we'll deal with those items and bylaws separately for voting purposes. Are there any other declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, moving on to the deputation. Reminder to deputations, you have 5 minutes in total per our procedural rules. I will try to remind you when you are near the end of your deputation. Also a reminder to leave your microphones on mute when you're not speaking. First one is Mr. Pond, welcome. Dave, you're good to start anytime.
Yep, good afternoon, Mayor Chop and Councillor. Thanks for having me here. I'm here representing the NBC Adult Rec Hockey Leagues. We rent 2.5 hours every Wednesday starting at 7:30 p.m. Our average age is close to 60. For the most part, we are seniors. We have 57 players. We can confirm that 50 players have committed to playing hockey during COVID this year. That's 87%. It is so important for a community to be active. We need access to sport for physical and mental health reasons, especially during COVID. And I'm here today because we are very afraid that we will be denied the opportunity to play the sport we love so much, as we are only going to get the leftover ice that the minor hockey associations do not use. And it does not make sense to us when we have the assets in Norfolk County to support everyone. This is both a COVID year and non-COVID year concern. We support the fact that minor hockey is the priority. However, even when you add Talbot, we predict that the only way adult hockey will fit into the schedule is to shoehorn the adult rec hockey people into an hour here, an hour there, anywhere in the county, and at odd times of the week or the weekend. To have over 1,000 names signed to a petition in just a few days is significant and shows the importance of adult hockey in the Norfolk area. I think it's important to mention that if the times don't work for our players, the adult people, then they're just going to quit hockey. And that's not healthy, especially during COVID. And unless, of course, Norfolk County actually is hoping that the rec hockey players quit so demand would decrease, thus saving money on the arenas. We trust this is not the case, but from our lenses, it sure seems to be 100% focused on money and the hope for less demand. We predict your pinch points for your schedule this year are going to be on weekday hours. Labor is a huge part of the budget. We understand that there's 5 day shifts at the arena, 5 weekday shifts at the arena, and 4 weekend shifts at the arena for a total of 9 shifts over the 5 arenas. Why not simply close a few shifts on weekends around the county at different arenas based on the demand in the ward and move these weekend shifts to weekday shifts at the rec arena? You will get your savings for the budget, and this will not cost any more money in labor, and you'll probably, in fact, save some money because you already have staff manning the pool anyways. The argument of closing the rec arena was based on not having the demand. It was an underutilization conversation, which in turn became a budget-saving opportunity. This was before COVID and before Norfolk Minor Hockey requested 30 to 40 more hours per week. I think it's important that you realize you're affecting people's lives by taking the one hammer approach of closing this arena. Possibly if you would consider expanding our FAB's term of reference, they can help the county get a better understanding of what the needs are that will help help build a better future for Norfolk. They could start with the arena situation. But please, before we give up management of our facilities, shouldn't we first see if we can do better ourselves as a county? Looking at the staff report that was circulated with respect to the numbers for this coming year adult play, can we consider, please, having the minor hockey number of 24 players being allowed to be used for the adult rec people as well? We can sort the details out. Also, 3-on-3 doesn't really work for us old guys. We don't back check very well. So is it possible that we can have 5-on-5 play? This also would mean less players on the bench. And finally, with respect to the schedule, if adult hockey can be scheduled for a specific time, we don't need any greeters. Let us into the arena and lock the door, because unfortunately nobody comes to watch us play anymore. But this will give you additional savings with respect to temporary hires. In closing, we understand that the rec arena closure was already reconsidered. We get that. But can we please ask that for just the ice surface and dressing room, that these changes not be implemented or be implemented at a later date? Let's get through this COVID time, because 25% more rental time is being added to every rental. Only open rec on weekdays for ice by moving weekend shifts for other arenas. You will still get your savings, plus you'll get additional savings by not having to mothball the cooling system. If the demand is there for additional ice, can council consider providing direction to staff to have a conversation with the Norfolk County Fair Board to see if the OD will provide a suitable solution for the seniors to play pickleball, or et cetera, so that everybody can win? The fair probably would welcome a much needed rental during COVID. And finally,
Dave, I'm going to have to stop you there. So there is a procedural rule. You can't speak to something. We've already had the reconsideration. We've already been through this at council. There's only one reconsideration that's allowed, and you're not allowed to make deputations that are on information that's already been decided by council. So if you want to stick to, the staff report that exists now, but the rec center is off the table for that piece.
The staff report, with respect, Mayor Chop, talks about usage that's going to be coming up in the 15-minute time, additional time, and the cost. And this has to do with actually finding time so that the adult rec hockey can actually take place within Norfolk County.
Well, if I misunderstood, my apologies. I heard something about the renovations at the rec center and so on and so forth. So.
No. All we were requesting was that possibly the ice surface be moved to a slightly later date should demand permit the need to use that surface.
Okay, the decision for the rec center, what I'm saying, has already been done. It's been through a reconsideration. So that piece, those wheels are already in motion. Meetings are already happening with the seniors over there for their renovations and so on and so forth. That's been the direction from council. So again, if you want to stick to the rest of the arenas in the staff report, that's no problem. You've got another 2 minutes to go still.
A bit of a challenge to have a conversation around this when, because of COVID and other timing, we think we're going to be short on ice. And that's the purpose of this thing, is to talk about that. So I did put several questions with respect to Bill Cridland's report there on timing, but I think I would like to make it clear, Mayor Chop, that the issue around the fact that we may need some additional time, and if no changes are being made to that rec arena, that could actually be considered to be left as a surface should the demand be there during COVID. And that is the formal request on behalf of the adult leagues.
Okay, questions from councilors? I have a question for you. Have you read the information that was provided along with the staff report from many of the other municipalities, the Arena Snapshot Survey?
Yes, I did.
And so what is your feeling when it's not, I mean, it's this suggestion that Norfolk County is, doing something completely different when all of these other municipalities are also doing a progressive reopening of their ice surfaces. So how do you strike a balance there by saying Norfolk County is so different? Not only do we need all of the ones we have available open, now you're putting forward in your deputation, you want a 6th arena open. I mean, we're not reinventing the wheel here. The staff has looked at other municipalities and how they're handling this situation. So how do you justify that 5 arenas are going to be slammed full in COVID? I don't understand that.
You're adding 25% more ice time per rental is number one. Norfolk Minor Hockey is requesting more ice time up to 30 hours, which is, there's 53 hours per arena. You have to take 10 hours away from that because it's 3 to 5 when the adult rec people actually work, because most of us have jobs. So you actually only have 13 additional hours if you bring Talbot on.
Okay, so just to follow up on, so most of the rec people have jobs. Here's my struggle. We have a lot of people right now that are losing their jobs and have already lost their jobs and have lost their homes and are losing their businesses, and we haven't even begun to feel those effects locally at a municipality. So just looking ahead to the staff report that suggests that there's a significant additional cost to renting out the facilities, how do you then put that on the taxpayer who can't afford to have his kids skate, who can't afford to go skate himself, who's lost his business and who's lost his house? I mean, I'm just more making a statement here that all of this COVID stuff, it sucks. It sucks all around. You know, kids didn't play baseball and soccer and all of these other things all summer long. So I understand, you know, the frustration. Trust me, we've all felt it, you know, as counselors all along through all of this. But to make the suggestion that, you know, we're trying to get rec users or ice skaters to quit, you know, that's not fair. It's not fair. None of this has been fair to anybody.
Mayor Chop, it's a tough balance for sure. In doing our research with Oxford, Brant, Haldeman County, it was very interesting to hear their perspective that they would be killing for more ice right now because they need the time to be able to take care of the demands of to keep everybody healthy and out there working. And that we actually have an ice that's closing, a pad that's closing. And the fact that just to defer that by 6 to 8 months through the process, live with the budget that you're doing. You've made the budget, you've made the decision. Just hold on closing that so we can get through COVID. Every other county would be envious to have a surface that they could put ice on and they would fill it.
Well, I think you should talk to the seniors because I don't think they feel the same way. They've also been living in a building with mold and been asking to move out of there for 10 years. So again, you know, in my perspective, it's give and take all around throughout COVID. It's not been a fun job for anybody here in any municipality. And when you look at that survey, the survey numbers don't lie. Nobody's going out there and opening 100% of their arenas, you know, other than the small municipalities that have only one arena. So then, yes.
But they're bringing, if I understood the report correctly, Mayor Chop, they actually are bringing their arenas on. 75% are actually keeping their fees the same. They are bringing them all online right now to take care of the demand. Right? Unless I misunderstood the report, I see that 75% are not making any changes. We recognize the seniors move into the senior center, no problem at all. The only request we made was that staff provide direction to possibly talk to the odds so that the seniors can do pickleball, talk to the Norfolk Fair Board so that the seniors could do pickleball, etc., at the odd building, which is right beside it. That would make the ice surface available for this COVID season. And that is the request.
Further questions from councillors? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Thanks, Dave, for your deputation. So firstly, I guess I'd just like to clarify, you understand the fact procedurally that this council has reconsidered a budget motion and can no longer have that discussion. Is it fair to say you are asking for this council to honor the direction we've set forward, but be flexible due to COVID and look at a delayed implementation date with the rec center?
That's exactly what I was trying to get to.
Okay, thank you. Could you back it up for me and walk me through your comments about reshuffling hours based on the weekend? I don't necessarily know the scheduling procedures, the operation procedures in our arena. So would you be able to explain that concept to me so that I understand it and then can pose a question to staff?
Thank you. There are 5 weekday shifts, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There are 4 weekend shifts, 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. Our hope is that consideration can be given that an arena that is not in high usage, that they might consider closing Sunday morning, take that 1 8-hour shift, and in fact transfer it from a Sunday morning at an arena to a Monday at the rec center on a weekday time.
Okay, thank you.
So therefore, there'd be no additional cost in labor.
Okay, I will pose that question to staff when we're finished. My last question is just with regards to the report in general. Are there any other additional comments that you didn't get to make there that you'd like to share with us?
Well, thank you. I think the comments, the challenge, the questions over to Bill Cridlin were covered off. I think the biggest thing that caught us off guard was the additional labor that was felt being needed. Our thoughts were that if you're adding 15 minutes per ice schedule and you have 2 people already working there, that's a half an hour of labor per arena. That should be more than enough to properly clean the benches that the adult rec people are permitted to sit on. We don't need someone at the door because 20 guys come in, the door locks, we play our hockey, 20 guys leave.
I just have one last question for you, Dave. Just in the context of Israel is the first country as of last Friday, just went into a second full lockdown. We're seeing, the province, moving back to more restrictive measures here. So as we're looking at, more restrictive measures taking place as we move into the fall, do you not see that as being a little bit contradictory when other municipalities are, again, the majority of them are taking place in a phased-in reopening? Because a little bit with COVID is a bit of a wait-and-see game as to, what's happening, and we've constantly had to make changes the whole way through.
Well, Mayor Chop, COVID is fluid. We all know that. I'm living my own COVID fluid world with my business, which is school photography primarily. I get it. However, you have to make the decisions based on the information that you have at hand at this point in time. I believe most of your staff at these arenas are full-time people anyways at this point in time, and you can start to move them into those facilities. The temporary ones you bring on as needed.
Okay. Further questions? If I could have a motion to receive the deputation's information. Moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on. I guess I see a little bit of a change here. We're going to move. Oh, sorry. I've got a motion moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Rabbits that the correspondence from Martin Jefferson respecting staff report CES 20-15 be received as information. All those, go ahead.
Would I now be an appropriate time to pose questions to staff concerning the deputation?
Yeah, it was just Bill was having his report come up, so I just thought you could do them at that point, but.
No problem. I guess I would just like some clarification from Bill with regards to this suggestion of rejigging the schedule. Again, I don't have any insight to the operations. Are there any comments you could provide us with and Mr. Pond with concerning changing the scheduling on the weekend?
In the interest of time, Councillor Martin, is it possible just to let him present his report and then direct all those questions once he's done his report? Maybe he even has some of that information included in there in his presentation. Sure. So we'll move to receive the correspondence's information from Martin Jefferson. I had that moved by Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? And then we'll let Mr. Cridlin do his report, just to keep the council moving meeting. It's CES 20-15 regarding the return to play for adult hockey users. And then we'll proceed with questions from councillors.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Just to be clear, can everybody hear me in council chambers?
You're good, Bill.
Okay, thank you. Yes, return to play adult hockey user CES 2015. This report is a follow-up to a special council meeting that was held on September 8th. Norfolk County staff informed adult users that their leagues would definitely be delayed and may not occur this season.
Staff to basically review their decision, chat with a few other municipalities, professional associations.
Who's speaking? Is it? Oh, sorry, Bill. Your microphone just went crazy.
Okay.
Can you hear now?
We'll adjust things here. Can you hear me now, Mayor Chop?
We can hear you. Yeah, you're just, it's like a split personality there or something.
Okay, I'm going to move right beside here and see if that makes a difference. Is that much clearer?
No, maybe you want to come out here and just do the presentation out here.
It's not like you're a radio personality, you're like, I'll just come out here and do the presentation.
Okay, I will start again, Council. Through the Mayor. Yes, the Return to Play Hockey Adult User Report, CES 2015. This report is a follow-up report to a special council meeting that was held on September 8th. Norfolk County staff had informed the adult users that their league play would definitely be delayed and may not occur. Council obviously had heard from the user groups and instructed staff at the meeting in the 8th to review the decision. So what staff did is we went and we talked to more municipalities, reached out to professional organizations involved, and talked to some of the users. Staff, after all that, have, I'm sorry, I lost my note here. Anyways, we've prepared the report. I'll bring to your attention attachment 1, the snapshot of the arena surveys done by Parks and Rec of Ontario. This fully showed that a lot of municipalities are doing different things. They're staged approaches. Some aren't opening, some are opening all the way. And again, it all depends basically on the user group's demand of the area, as well as staffing levels and the financial situation of the municipality. Norfolk staff are now recommending the adult league, and this does include private rentals as well, be allowed to return to play. Staff's hesitations, or only hesitation, is when you compare public, thank you, Shelley, when you compare these adult user leagues and private rentals to minor sports have a lot of associations that are behind them, kind of as a high-level structure, which ensures that COVID-19 rules and things in place are taken care of. The problem with the leagues are there are no overriding formal governing body as we have in minor sports. So what staff have recommended, and that's attachment 2, is the return to play protocol. And basically we've mirrored a lot of things with minor sports. So what it is if we're comfortable with minor sports being on the ice and what they do, we would put these same rules to the adult leagues as well. There's a couple differences. We are suggesting that 10 players in each team, 20 total players play on the ice. This allows for 2 extras, with the adult hockey being basically a ref and a timekeeper. One thing that Mr. Pond brought up in his deputation, and I was going to mention here, is it does suggest, you know, with 10 players dressed, that you would keep 6 on the bench in a 3-on-3. Staff are not stuck in the 3-on-3. If these adult groups want to play 4-on-4 and 5-on-5, they're more than welcome to. The problem that we have with going more than 10 is the social distancing that will be involved. Our benches in Norfolk County, I've used some pretty liberal numbers here. I think our smallest is maybe 21. This is our player benches, feet long, biggest being closer to 26. So when you're sitting, 23, Mr. Shoemaker's just correcting me. So when you're sitting 5 to 6, you know, you can't get any more than 5 people on these benches, or you're encroaching on the social distancing. So part of that becomes, you know, when players sit, do they then put a mask on when they're within the 6 feet of another player and then take it off to play? I'm not sure if that works. Provincial regs, leagues cannot consist of over 50 players, and players must only play in one league. So basically, you couldn't play in a one league here and then play in another league in Tillsonburg, or play in 2 different leagues. They like to keep it within the 50 number for to keep folks together. And minor sports coaches and the executives are responsible to maintain the rules set out in return to play. And as such, we're going to ask that the adult leagues, the executive, if they have one, or the person that signs the contract, the holder, is responsible to enforce all the rules return to play. This is the only way we can assure that social distancing is practiced. The leagues are under 50 a person, or 50 people in a league, and as well, these rules are met. Staff anticipate also in the report that Talbot Gardens will need to be open in order to ensure enough ice time is available. Staff are also asking council for up to 12 temporary part-time staff. Now, this in the report did come out, finance did their job and put some numbers to these positions. It is a large number, but staff, we just want to let council know that the 12 individuals being asked for are not paid unless they work. And they're not, they're not asked to come to work unless they're needed. These staff would be able to cover off. Our staff will have vacation, sick time. There will be the occasional training in between, and these bodies are to ensure that we have enough pool of staff members that we can keep these arenas going. Also, we're going from two employees on a shift to 3. And basically, the 3 is a greeter or an instructor at the front door. And what this person's job is to basically contain and control the entrance and exits of the building. This individual will also, once the teams are in, help the other person clean. And the third individual is basically the arena the arena staff who was in charge with flooding the ice as well as compressor checks and taking care of the building itself. So we go from 2 staff to 3. Staff are also recommending the $25 an hour COVID charge be applied to every hour of rental hours, and that's the same as what we did with the pool and with the upcoming report tonight for hall rentals. I talked about stuff. Okay, each group also needs to obey and to the return to play and provide COVID plans. That's another thing that will work with these groups. I think there's some confusion now. They're reaching out saying, just tell the county, give me your plan and I'll go out. We have our COVID plan for our facility, but they have to put a plan together such as the minor sports before they come in. With any return to play, Norfolk is doing what it can to allow return to play or use of our facilities, but it's utmost importance that the health and wellness of the users as well as the staff are held in high priority. With that, I'll open up to any questions or concerns council may have.
Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Cridlin, start here. There was, Mr. Pond mentioned the change in the shifts to, what was it? To move a shift from weekend over to, I think, a weekday. How would that work in these plans that you've laid out? If that, have you thought about that?
Yeah, through the Mayor to Councillor Columbus. To be honest, we haven't. We're still, the ice time requests are coming in, and obviously we've used historic times and dates for the adult hockey users. But after tonight, if council does approve the adult users to come on, then we have to bring their hours in, take a look at where minor sports are, and it's a little premature. That's a concept that I understood what Mr. Pond was saying. I think we just need to know how many hours of ice requests we have before we're able to do something like that. A little premature right now.
My other question is, he mentioned that perhaps a greeter is not required for adult hockey. Can you comment on that?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Columbus. Yeah, with Waterford, there was a greeter. When we're opening up the Annalise Carr Pool in October, we're going to have a greeter. Seems like a lot of municipalities go with that, so you control people at the front door. And I guess my only thought on that is I think we need a few weeks in to see. I mean, once users perhaps got used to the layout of the arena and what they were doing, you may not be able to, we may be able to keep the door locked, have them social distance outside, and then they come. The other issue, though, I'd want to give it a few weeks, because if we fall short on cleaning and our longer cleaning, we're on a very tight schedule, that 15 minutes. If we're 20 minutes. So we're adding 5 in each shift. That's going to, again, take away for available ice time that we have. So I would want to at least a couple weeks in with the greeter to see how it goes. And of course, staff are always able to, or willing to make changes on the fly if it makes sense and can be justified. But as right now starting, we'd like to have the greeter.
But right now, I believe it says we're looking at 12 part-time staff, so we should say up to 12 part-time staff, because sounds like you want some flexibility in there.
Councillor Columbus, that is how the motion reads, hiring of up to 12 part-time
Okay.
staff.
Yeah.
I know I signed it, but I didn't exactly
Yeah,
remember.
and again, staff did their best to estimate that, and I wanted to be fair. We could have maybe came in, our original talk was closer to 10, and I was just a little afraid that if we went with 10 and we couldn't swing things with the amount of rentals we had, then I would actually have to come back and ask for 2 more staff. So it is up to 12, and again, we have an accelerating hiring process in here, which we vetted through HR, meaning postings will go out. Applicants will be, are already being, applying, and nobody will be hired until this council approves the 12. But we did jump ahead as staff, and I believe other departments have did that just so we weren't waiting for tonight and then again waiting 3 weeks to get people in.
Other questions? Councillor Martin? Oh, sorry.
Through the chair, just a supplemental to Councillor Columbus' question. The other issue with the greeter is there's another stakeholder in these matters, and that's our insurance company. So we're one of because our insurer is actually still insuring our risks on this, they request us all the time for our protocols and our procedures on this. So, anytime you're entering into this and they're insuring the COVID risk, our risk profile goes up. So, to be quite frank, for the $15 an hour, I look at it as 2 losses. If we don't have it, we can't flip the ice quick enough. We're already losing 12 hours a week of primetime ice just by having the extra 15 minutes of clean cycle. So we're losing 12 hours of ice. If I shortchange it by staff, and as Mr. Cridland says, now I'm up to 20, 25 minutes. I believe Tillsonburg is 30 minutes between ice rentals. You lose a lot of ice time. So that's one cost, because now we can't put ice on it. And then you have another issue where you got an insurance company that's all over us asking us what we're doing. So for the 15 or 16 bucks an hour, I think it's money well spent on the third person.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Cridland, is the 3-person per shift done based on previous year's scheduling request? Is that how you got to the 12 part-time?
Through the mayor to councillor, yeah, basically we to answer your question, it's a 2-person operation, and with the COVID, the schedule isn't finalized, but it's based on that. We need three people per shift because of the cleaning and controlling people in and exiting. That's where the 3rd person comes from. If
I just asked because I wondered how we got to 12 at the 24-hour mark when we're hearing that we don't have all of the adult leagues booked in yet. So I know the former motion said to make assumptions. That was just a jumping off point.
Through the mayor, so I think I misunderstood. No, we did look, we've got pretty good numbers on these adult users for the last couple of years, so that number is what we use to arrive at that. Sorry, I misunderstood you.
Thank you. I also was kind of shocked by the putting someone at the door. However, I think your point about should we fall behind is a very valid one to give this attempt a solid, or this effort a solid attempt at staying on schedule. If it seems that it's not necessary, would you be able to then withdraw a 3rd staff member if there were no issues, if Mr. Burgess thought from an insurance perspective? I guess my question is, we're not tied to running every arena with 3 persons per shift after the first few weeks. If you identify that things are going quite well and the 2nd staff member is able to unlock the door and lock the door, would we be able to remove the 3rd person?
Through the mayor to councillor. Yeah, I think we would need to deal with our insurance company. It was a very valid point that CEO Burgess had brought in. And also, I just know from operations, we need a few weeks into this to see how it works, because the other thing is, two staff members, you know, they're entitled under employment standards to the half-hour break as well as two 15-minute breaks, so their half-an-hour lunch or dinner, whatever we call it, depending on their shift. And that's going to be very tough when we're booking ice hour after hour sort of thing, and where they're going to get their break. So we can entertain it, but I think we're going to need a few weeks into this, see how things go.
Okay, maybe would it be at all possible to have a verbal update come after a few weeks, and you can touch base with us on what your opinion is of how that's running?
Through the mayor, yes, not a problem at all, Councillor.
My next question through the mayor to you is the adult return to play numbers are decreased. You've identified the 3-3 or 5-on-5 is suitable. The minor hockey league suggests 24 and our adults suggest 20. Are we able to just even up at 24 and 24 so there's consistency on the return to play programs?
Through the mayor to the councillor. I'm not sure if Mr. Shoemaker wants to step in, but it all comes down to social distancing. With some of the younger teams, they're only playing half ice, so their bench is actually going to be the center line. So half will be playing on one side, half, so social distancing is there. With the adult leagues, we're thinking they're going to want to be on the bench, and that's where with the 21 to 24 foot benches, we don't have a lot of room for 5 individuals. We're kind of breaking the social distancing. Now, an option would be, would they want to stand on the ice surface? And I'm not sure where that would go, because as the game goes on, they're actually going to be in play. So there might be some options there, but it's just strictly based on the size of the player and the limited benches, space we have.
Okay, no, that's helpful, thank you. Maybe that's something else that can be, some feedback can be collected, and if you're going to come back to council with a bit of an update, we can see that maybe it's not even an issue and it's been flushed out, but if we could keep an eye on that. And then, I don't play hockey, so is it mandatory that flooding the ice occur each and every time when we're looking at these shinny leagues?
Through the mayor, there's a certain safety and liability aspect of flooding between user groups. We will be, I believe, Mr. Shoemaker again can jump in, some of the figure skating, depending on the number where they don't tear the ice up as much, sometimes there isn't a flood in between. Generally, and an adult league, especially a junior league, you want to, because of the divots and the chip side of the ice, they take a bit of a beating.
Okay, my last comment I'd like to make is that I understand giving you the flexibility to go up to the 12 additional staff members, but obviously I'd like to find as many efficiencies as we possibly can and not drive it up that high. And furthermore, the April 30th date, it's my understanding that the ice is out at that point in time. Is that also just giving you the flexibility to run the program a little later should we have to, or why is April 30th a significant date?
Yeah, through the chair of the councillor. Bill Cridlin came up with that October 30th date, and I guess I was going back to when you have competitive leagues, you get a hot team, they run in the playoffs, they can play late. With this, I'm not sure if COVID, lightens up here, we may get back to some league play, but I think April 30th would probably be one of the longer dates. I guess with that in mind, if the user groups were still using, and we went to summer ice, maybe in 2 rinks, like I'm not sure where the demand is, that would be an option. But obviously at that time, we wouldn't need the part-time. So April 30th, I think, is quite an extended time. You might, so there's a direct savings there. I mean, that could be 2 to 3 weeks shorter as well.
Thank you.
Yes, Bill, some arenas host carnivals, ice carnivals. Is that out at this time? And I usually think that's in March sometime.
Through the mayor, I believe it's out. We haven't been contacted by anyone. I think because in the arena, you're down to the 50 people in a building and the social distancing. So if you've got, literally 20, 25 kids putting it on, it really limits the draw with parents. And I think a lot of the carnivals are paid for by the admission and stuff like that. So as right now, it would be a tough go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bill, I just have a couple of sort of practical questions, I guess. Unlike Councillor Martin, I play hockey, although my teammates would disagree. What about the players have to come dressed? and I can kind of see how that could work for players, except what about the goalies? For them to be, driving vehicles with great big pads on, and I'm just wondering how you envision that happening.
Through the mayor to Councilor Shelley. Yeah, I guess the best I can do with that is, other municipalities we've talked to, if they're opening change rooms, they are cleaning the change rooms and limiting the number in those. So I guess what we're hoping is that players will come dressed as the minor sports did. And again, we're open to suggestions. If the goalies are an issue, we might be able to do something of that, because I know just recently it came up with the referees' rooms. The refs should have the room because they're there early. They're there for 4 or 5, 3 games anyways. And through Mr. Shoemaker, we've cut a deal with the minor sports that we will open the refs' rooms for that, because the cleaning doesn't have to be done. It's the same ref. They're scheduling the refs. And we will then just have to clean after every set of series when that ref is done. So again, I don't have an answer for the goalies, but again, if we get the adult users on the ice, we'll definitely work with them and see if there is a corner or something that could be for the goalies to strap up on and go from there.
Thank you, Bill. Also,
Councilor Michele, Jason just had.
Yeah, I was just going to say, based upon what some of the other municipalities are doing, the intent of the come dressed is to reduce the amount of time people are in the same space together. So, the players put their skates on, they might bring their uppers and put their uppers on. With the goalies, my buddies are playing. So what they're doing is they're just putting their lowers on in the parking lot and then strapping their pads on and flipping their uppers on. So the intent really is, instead of having a 20-minute change room session, the goalies might take a few extra minutes there, and I think that's a reasonable approach. It's just really to reduce the amount of time that people are together in a confined space. So I think there's a reasonable mention to it. The other thing is goalies are always hog spaces, right? So there's additional space required for the goalies too in the hall setups.
thank you, CAO Burgess. And I guess that kind of leads me to the next question, though, is, I think, and again, I know that this is a very fluid situation, and some of this stuff, we're just going to have to kind of do it and see what works and what doesn't. I understand that. But I think a lot of this is kind of predicated on the belief that people are doing things outside the arena before they're let in October-like weather. I'm just trying to envision people out there in February when the snow is howling and some goalie is trying to put his pads on. That type of thing. I think we'll have to see how that works out. But I do have, Bill touched on my other question in his previous answer. Are we going to be expecting in those adult situations where they have referees, are we going to be expecting the referees to do some enforcement of social distancing on the ice?
Through the mayor, I'll start. I wouldn't think that would fall on the referee. They're there to ref the games. I think the enforcement, if we use that term, is we don't even really want our arena staff involved too much, but I'm sure if they see some things, we want them to bring that to their attention. And that's where we put a lot of this back on. The minor hockey, the coaches and executives were great. They kept it clean, and we're hoping that when we do sign contracts with these users, that whoever signs, the captains of the team, take it very serious and tell the guys, look, guys or gals, we're here to play, and we have to follow this. COVID is here, and if not, we do mention in the report, Big Bad Norfolk, we may have to pull your ice privileges, and I don't think we want to do that, and I'm hoping people will be happy enough just to get back on the ice one way or another, that we don't deal with that.
Thank you, Bill.
Councilor Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Cridlin. Will there be timekeepers?
Through the mayor to Councilor Huffman. Timekeepers, I guess, would be up to the league. We've allowed to have a timekeeper and a ref for the adult leagues, and if they feel they need one, that's available for them to have one on the ice. We don't dictate that from our end.
Okay, thank you. Great. One more question. When you were speaking about one league in Norfolk, so there's some different kind of, like I know there was the league that Mr. Pond was speaking about, but there's some other kind of groups, are there not? Like, are they able to play on different teams within Norfolk, just not going out of the county? Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Huffman, my understanding, I'll look at Mr. Burgess and Mr. Shoemaker here, that you're only allowed to play in that one team that consists of that 150 group. So that's your league, and you couldn't play for another league because that's taking you out of that 50-person bubble and putting you into another bubble.
Okay.
I'm just going to jump in with a couple questions first. So when we look at up to 270,000, so we have to look at a worst case scenario, like with summer ice, I mean, it works out really well, right? We increase the rate schedule for summer ice, and people paid it, and I believe even Mr. Malo had some compliments into how that worked out. You know, when I hear a deputation from Mr. Pond, who says there's, 50 men that are, playing in the league, and his quote was, I believe that they all had jobs. And so when we look at the other 64,000 people that are in Norfolk County, some of which don't have jobs right now or are losing their jobs, and yet 270,000 represents a little more than 0.25% on a tax bill. Why are we not looking at changing the rate schedule for, maybe not for minor hockey for the kids, but certainly for the adults that have now admitted in a deputation that they have employment and so on? So I can understand, what about a structured rate schedule that keeps minor hockey at a certain level? And, I struggle with the people that don't have employment of now further subsidizing hockey this year in COVID.
Through the mayor to the mayor. I believe council will see the user fee bylaw coming in November or late October of this year. And I'll look at CEO Burgess. That's probably the time, as of right now, our rates are set for, Todd, is it the end of the year? Am I correct? Or does it till the end of April? I think council would have the ability, when the user fees came in, to change it at that time. We just thought that since the fees were in place, that we would carry on with the fee and add the $25 surcharge for COVID cleaning to pay for some of the labor and the PPE and the cleaning.
But $25, the added per hour, isn't going to make up the 270,000. So in the case of summer ice, we changed the bylaw to reflect that increase this year. So why would we wait till April? I mean, it's a COVID charge. And again, I can understand for minor hockey leaving it. I just don't understand why, when we're looking at, because of allowing adult rec leagues to play, why would we look at not changing that right now to cover that?
Through the mayor, I guess that would be council's directive or decision if they wanted to do that. I think as staff, we were just trying to get the adult users back on the ice and manage them the best we could. But bring up a good point. If council does wish to play with that user fee now, that would be at their discretion.
The clerk may correct me, but I believe if you change the rate bylaw, there's a requirement for a public posting, and you would have to, it can be done, you would just have to go through the appropriate procedure to give appropriate notice for the rate bylaw change. But it is something that would be in council's discretion, to undertake.
So somebody could add that as direction at the end today on the motion. So what would be your feelings then in terms of, we've got people who've been having to pay property taxes on their commercial buildings and for months weren't allowed to operate their business, and now they're being asked to further subsidize men that have now admitted in a deputation to all having jobs. What would there be any reason not to ask to have the bylaw reviewed and changed now?
We would have to bring back a report. The summer ice was done because we had set the target recovery at 65% of the cost of providing summer ice at that time. Moving up to 65% cost recovery for regular hockey would be a pretty significant cost increase, would be my comment. We're currently, user fees cover, just less than 40%, about a third of the cost. So you'd be looking at pretty significant increase to do that. But, you know, I think it would be up for this council to direct staff what would be the appropriate cost recovery percentage, and staff could then prepare the amounts for that.
I guess my question there is having a tiered approach, which we haven't done in Norfolk County before in light of this particular situation. So keeping minor hockey, keeping kids at the level that we've already agreed to for this year, but, you know, having the adult league properly, you know, fund these additional costs.
Yeah, it would be for council to direct staff, and staff can develop a report on that.
Councillor Michelle, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, when Bill was talking about, you know, the inability of players to move from one league to another, and I know a lot of the rules that we have in place for this proposal are based on players in leagues. I'm just wondering, I'm just trying to get ahead of some kind of possible misunderstanding. There are many adult rec users who are not really in a league. There's basically 20 players. They play on Tuesday nights. And then some of those players also play on, in a similar situation, 20 players, the same 20 every Sunday morning. Is it possible for one person to play in that Tuesday group and that same person, that same person play in the Sunday group? Even though they're not in leagues, there are, you know, we're not talking about 50 players.
I'll start and I'll have Mr. Cridland. This was the difficulty with the provincial rule. The rule is very specific to a league, and the challenge that we have in Norfolk County is we don't really have official leagues that are set up in that manner. What we have is glorified shinny in many cases, that it's guys who get together on a particular day. There isn't that structure to it. That's why the report was specific to you know, allowing essentially private rental play, because that would fall under private rental play. You know, the best thing that we can do is with the rules is like anything in public health, it's trying to minimize your potential contacts. So what we'd be asking those players to do is, listen, if you're playing with a group of 40 guys, stay with those 40 guys. Don't be bouncing to, you know, one group of 40 and another group of 40 and another group of 40, because then you'll get that super spreader guy who spreads it out. So we're essentially, you know, for lack of a better term, making those private rentals, you know, leagues, even though they're not really leagues. We're asking those people to keep your league together for 50 and keep it consistent. You know, there will be issues with goalies. Goalies tend to be the guys who need to bounce because it's always a relief goalie that's required, and those are risks that, you know, the county's going to take on. So, you know, we are playing a little loose and fast with the definitions, but other counties and other municipalities are doing that. You know, when I read the rules, it talks about leagues, it talks about, you know, that structure. But there are clearly municipalities who are open to private rentals, and so we're kind of, you know, taking that additional risk on to provide the service in a way that makes sense for Norfolk County while balancing, you know, that public health risk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to any member of staff. As of right now, our change rooms are closed. Will there be reconsideration to that a few weeks in, a few months in, obviously depending on what's happening with COVID, or is that just a hard and fast no for the season?
Yeah, I was going to mention this with Councillor Michelle's point. You know, there's also a pretty significant issue with our pool. Coming dressed for a hockey game is a little easier than coming dressed for swimming, to be quite frank. So, you know, staff are working on this currently. We perceive to be taking, maybe resetting, you know, our outlook in the end of October for that. The change room protocol is pretty significant. You'd have to lay it out because according to the provincial rules, you are required to maintain your 6 feet of distance in the change room. We have, I need a better term, but we have the old barn style change rooms, which are very condensed. change rooms. So it would not be unlikely for one team to have to essentially occupy 3 change rooms to maintain social distancing. And then that means that for one rental, I need a guy in there cleaning 3 change rooms to deal with one team. So it is something that we're going to be bringing back to council, because I see that will be the next issue. The challenge is it's really hard for staff to predict. Like, what I'd hope to happen is, currently we have increased demand for minor hockey because they're forced to break into smaller groups to do it. Maybe in November, things are back to normal and they can actually start going into league play, or January. Well, now if we were back in the league play, now instead of having 10 people on a team, and that's, and we're buying up more ice for that, we can go back to 15 people on a team. We don't need as much ice, and we'll deal with the change room issue. So like everything in COVID, we need to see how this rolls out and where we are in a couple of weeks. So there is no hard and fast on the change rooms. Just like there's no hard and fast on whether it's going to be 3-on-3 for the rest of the year or whether there's going to be gameplay for the rest of the year. We can't plan for this because no one has a plan. But what I would predict, to be quite frank, is the pool will be a more pressing issue immediately that we have to address because of cold temperatures. And I would predict a report coming back from staff saying, listen, if we want to continue to provide this service in a safe manner, we'll need to add some more staff on the pool. And then if we want to open up change rooms, it's going to be additional staff requirement for the change rooms in hockey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, and probably directed at Mr. Burgess, to hire the up to 12 players or extra staff. We've got the budget cost on that. But what is the overall effect on the budget? Like, we're losing 12 hours a week due to the 15-minute breaks, but we're also applying a $25 hour surcharge. The arena usage is going up from, the previous 60% usage up to the 80 or 90 or so percent. What would be the overall effect on the overall budget of approving the hiring of up to 12 extra workers?
It's a good question, Councillor. We haven't done the calculation. The $20 will not cover the additional staff cost for that. It does cover a chunk of it. The real issue here is to make this as efficient as possible. We can't have holes in our ice time. We need, from 4 p.m. till 10 p.m., we need it fully booked because that's what makes us efficient. So if we're opening up 5 ice surfaces, I need those primetime hours to be fully booked without holes in it because that's how we're going to maximize the use of our staff and minimize our downtime. So if we have that as a schedule, our hit might only be $50,000 or $60,000. If I got a 4-hour loop of time in Langton because, for whatever reason, well, I'm going to have 4 hours of dead time with no $20 additional charge and no ice rental time. So the intent is really to maximize each of those ice surfaces with, I'd like to get to 90% occupancy on those because that's what minimizes it. Even with, I haven't done it, we have not done the math to figure out what the net is on that, and that's something that we would probably report back into, and we probably won't know till December, and we'd be in a better position at December to see if we're adjusting how we're scheduling it. But we're losing ice time, we're increasing our labor costs, and we have only a $20 a $20 recovery charge on that.
Through the mayor, one of the things that I've done with the scheduling is the current schedule that they're on right now, I have dropped a day shift off so nobody is working on Thursdays. Even though we're still cutting grass, we've dropped a day shift. The new schedule that's going to come out when and if the Talbot Arena opens, I'm dropping 2 day shifts a week. I won't be open on Tuesdays or Thursdays. We're trying to limit our amount of ice time or our amount of time for staff because of adding these extra staff. So I've been dropping off some of these other shifts on the schedule.
Anything further from staff? Councilor Martin.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. Maybe just a clarification. Again, this is not, I don't know how you schedule or operate. So are our regular full-time staff losing hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays? Is that, I misunderstood what you're saying. Could you clarify that, please?
Through the mayor, no, they will not be. Our full-time staff will not lose any other hours. We've gone to 10-hour shifts on our days now. So we need the 3 in the afternoon. So we have 3 on every afternoon for the ice rental times from 4 o'clock till 10:30. Some days it's actually 3:30. So our full-time staff still will have their full complement of hours. Plus we still have, even with the 2 temporary part-time worked into the schedule, we still have another 19, I think it's 9 one week and 10 the second week over the rotation, shifts available that we have to put students into, which will give us our 3rd on each one. That's why we worked it out so that the temporary part-time will work with full-time, and then the 3rd one will be a student, to try and save money that way, so we're not putting all the 3 expensive ones on one shift together.
Further questions? Councilor Evans.
Thank you, and through you. A strategic direction of this council was to ensure that our arenas did attain 90% or a high rate of usership. And I'm interested in understanding if with the current arenas that we have open, are they operating at that mark? Is there still unused ice time? I understand that with the rate budget coming later in the fall or early winter, depending how you look at it, November, we may be having some information about operating, whether that's a high usership or we're missing that mark or if we're over it. And I understand that staff had presented, I believe it was Jason Burgess, as a justification for adding more ice, you should be operating at a 90 percentile or something in and around that mark. So I'd be very interested in knowing where we're at now. That information may not be available. It may be available in November, and we might need to get a half a season under our belt, maybe even December, before we'll understand whether or not those 3 rinks are operating at that level, 4, or I'm hoping 5, as council had set forward as our objective. So are those metrics available for us today, understanding what we're operating at? Or am I giving a realistic time frame for that information to come back November, December?
We can certainly provide that information back. And the other thing I'm asking staff to do is also number of people on the ice. Because it's one thing to say it's been booked and there's 4 people on the ice. So it's booked, it's used, it's paid for, but how many people are actually using it on there? So we're going to, because of COVID, because of tracking, I'm going to ask staff to also record not just the booking, but how many people are actually have blades on the ice. And that protects us also because we need to inform the insurance company that we are monitoring so that we don't have more than 50 people in the building. We need a way to prove it. So it'll provide some additional information that we didn't have before. So the staff haven't started doing that, but it's something that we're going to get staff to do is count heads on the ice also. So I would say by November, we can certainly provide some of that information out to council so that you see what the utilization is. We're just getting the bookings now for Delhi and Langton, so we're just fitting all that into the schedule at this point in time. So a couple of weeks, we'll have some better information for you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. I'm just wondering if any of these adult leagues actually carry their own insurance, or if that is all of them are strictly through us.
I asked this question to Ms. Darlington before. I believe almost none of them are carrying their own insurance. They all carry through our insurer, and that's why we had to double check. There is one of the municipal insurers are not insuring this, so that's one of the reasons we checked. And that's why I'm very sensitive to the insurance issue. If our insurers pull the insurance, it's pulled for everybody. So it's not just adult hockey that gets pulled, it'll be, it could be all hockey. And that's why I'm not, some people might say I'm the mother hen or overly safety cautious. But if our insurance company says we're not insuring your hockey facility anymore, then minor hockey's got a much bigger issue because we won't be able to field any ice at that point in time.
Further questions? Just your comment about 50 people in the building. All of council received an email today from Mr. McDonald, Scott McDonald. I'm not sure if it's in the information package or not, but would be part of public record. I was in reference to, why we're not, I realize this is moderately off topic, but since we're on the hockey subject, why we're not allowing more than one parent per child. So just for people that are watching, maybe you might be able to make a comment to that end.
Sure, yeah. So one of the limitations is the number of people indoors in any gathering. And so when you account for the players on the ice, the coaches on the ice, to have, you can't have two parents per, per child on the ice. So it just, the numbers won't work out. You'd exceed the provincial limit at that point in time.
Okay, so that's what I just wanted to make sure it was clear for the public. So it's a provincial restriction, 50 people in a building, and not Norfolk County making this rule up.
That is correct.
Perfect, thank you. Further questions from councilors? Councilor Roberts.
If I may, through you, just a further point of clarification. That's 50 people in the entire footprint of the building, not just in one usable space. We're talking about the entire footprint of that space. You can only have 50 persons inside, correct?
That was originally how it came out, how the province did it. There was we provided some feedback to the province. So that was going to be very problematic, quite frankly, if it was to the building. And if you think about other municipalities that have maybe 4 ice rinks, you wouldn't be able to use all 4 of them. We'd have a situation with our pool and senior center, you want to be able to do it. So what the province has allowed now is you can break it down by segments in the building. So it's essentially, unfortunately for our arenas, it's 50 for the arena. We have an expanded capacity for the senior center and the pool. You could have 40 people in the pool and 50 seniors over on the other side. So that rule changed. That rule got clarified by the province probably a week after they put out the original rule.
Okay, does somebody wish to move the staff recommendation? Councilor Martin, seconded by Councilor Michelle. Any further discussion on that? Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to staff, I'd like to thank staff for expediting the hiring process, putting that online to keep the report rolling and the information coming and not letting it fall too far behind. I think that's great. And I also would just like to take this opportunity to make the comment that, the motion specifically says hiring of up to 12 additional temporary part-time. It also says for a duration not to exceed April 30th. And I think it's fairly evident. And in my conversations with Mr. Cridlin, he's already confirmed that they will be looking for as many efficiencies as they can. That doesn't mean they're hiring the full 12, nor does it mean that they are employed until April 30th, but I just wanted to stress that. Thank you.
Councilor Van Baas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not happy with spending more money either. We have enough financial problems that we have to look at every penny before it goes out the door. But I also recognize the cost of citizens' mental health along with their physical health, and to do what we can do to get the ability or the people the ability to play, do some things. I also recognize the cost, what it takes our health unit if there is an outbreak, and we have to start tracking that down. And so to hire the extra staff, to limit the numbers, you're balancing one number against the other again. And yeah, staff will be doing an excellent job, I'm sure, of scheduling the shifts where they need them, where they get the best usage. I brought up before that, this is the cost of those workers, but there's some offsetting benefits that go with that, so it might not be the total hit on the budget. So I think we need to do everything we can do to get the arenas open, get the people playing, get them doing something, get their mind off of what they've been locked up for the last 6 months with, and have a little bit of a life while they can. And, we'll review it in a few weeks. Staff will keep us updated, I'm sure. And, at least we get things rolling, and we see where we get to in a month from now. And, the conditions could totally change, and it could go either way. I think staff's well aware of that. It could be a shutdown, like you mentioned, in Israel, and it could be getting better, so we could open things up again a bit more. So, as much as I hate approving an extra amount of money, and I did notice that there is no recommendation on where that money's coming from, do we need to add that to the motion?
50% of it was to next year's budget, I read.
Yeah. Like, are there enough savings overall in the budget that we don't have to specify that we got to rob the council initiative reserve again? Or is staff confident that there are enough wiggle room in the overall budget that we don't have to account for new money?
Yeah, the staff is trying to take it from internal savings that were generated already, so we're dipping into our quote-unquote savings pot, which I say tongue-in-cheek since we don't actually have reserves, but we have had some operational efficiencies this year.
Thank you, and through you, I wanted to speak in favor of the motion. I understand that it is an increase in cost, but there's also a cost, a human cost, to not allowing civil society to meet, for those to engage in recreation and leisure. And I think that this council is making the right choice should we choose to support this motion. Ongoing conversations will be had. I'm totally open to continuing conversations about service levels, the amount of subsidy that should be awarded for either our arenas or specific demographics of groups that are using these facilities. I think that's a healthy conversation to continue to have. I also think it's a healthy conversation to speak about rates at the appropriate budget meeting. And staff have done a good job here of showing us the true cost to operate our arenas during COVID times. I don't imagine that COVID-19 is going anywhere anytime soon. I think they're projecting this viral pandemic to last well over a year. So this is going to give us an opportunity to start thinking about the next hockey season. And I would much rather have those costs up front than have budget overruns, then dip into reserves, whether they be council strategic reserves or other reserves. We're getting ahead of those difficult conversations that we'll be having in future budgets and future rate meetings. So I'm glad that we have this information in front of us so there aren't any surprises down the road, and I want to thank staff for following council's direction and expediting a return to play. I think you've done a good job here. Thank you.
Anything further? Okay, we'll take the vote. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Next is a deputation from Paul Anderson, the Recreational Facilities Advisory Board, regarding the hubland disposition. Go ahead, Paul, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Council, on behalf of public members of the Facilities Advisory Board, I appreciate the opportunity to provide input on the plan. We believe the effort played a central.
Paul, if I could stop you, your audio's cutting in and out there.
Norfolk Hub, in best preparing Norfolk to make a funding solution and in evaluating the lands best suited for the placement of the hub. Further to these efforts, Norfolk County purchased the property at Deku and Ireland Roads in Simcoe in the hopes that the property would be the future home of the Norfolk Hub. Norfolk County Council, Norfolk County staff, RFAB, and many community partners invested a significant effort in this project. There is a serious, urgent need to find solutions to Norfolk's recreational facility situation. The high priority placed on this effort by council and staff is testament to the significance of this need. While the hub application wasn't successful in 2020, we view our collective efforts as merely being Plan A to addressing Norfolk's current and future recreational facility needs. It's not the time to abandon these efforts, rather now is the time to pivot and develop Plan B. We believe RFAB's role is as important as ever to these efforts. RFAB can not only offer subject matter expertise, but also, quite critically, form a communications bridge between Norfolk County Council, Norfolk County staff, community user groups, and the public at large. To facilitate these efforts, we look forward to bringing new proposed RFAB terms of reference to Council for your consideration in the near future. In the meantime, we have reviewed the staff report relating to the hub lands and Council and Committee's proposed motion relating thereto. The hub lands were purchased for the purpose of being the future home to the Norfolk Hub. If the hub funding application wasn't successful, Norfolk County maintained a put option which allowed the return of the land to the vendor at the original purchase price, a right that extends until the end of June 2021. Having been unsuccessful with the hub funding application, our initial preference would have been for Council to defer exercising its put option until June 2021, and in the meantime, further develop Norfolk's Plan B to address our long-term recreational facility needs. As part of this exercise, Norfolk could have considered whether the hub lands may play a part in this plan, and therefore whether it would be prudent to retain all or part of the property for this purpose. That said, to develop and implement long-term recreational facility solutions with a strong community buy-in, it's critical that Norfolk County's actions maintain the public's confidence and trust at all times. To accomplish this, it's essential that Norfolk's actions concerning the hub land remain consistent with the reasons Norfolk acquired the land, consistent with the spirit of the agreement with the vendor, and most importantly, consistent with the public's understanding and expectations. We therefore agree and fully support the principled position taken by Council and Committee, approving the motion to immediately exercise the put option and return the lands to the vendor without delay. Going forward, hopefully with an expanded mandate from Council, the RFAB public members look forward to engaging with Council, staff, the community in development of Plan B for Norfolk's recreational facility needs. We can do this with a clean slate of options and possibilities, including future facility locations. By working together transparently and cooperatively, we are confident the residents of Norfolk will find a Norfolk solution to Norfolk's recreational needs. The RFAB looks forward to playing an active role in this crucial and exciting process. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Questions from councilors? No questions. Thanks for joining us. Can I have a motion to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried. We'll continue to address the matter when we get to the CIC minutes from last week. So moving on, communications. We have communication from Paul Howlick regarding the Corporate Services Report 20-27, Hubland Disposition, to be received as information, moved by Councillor Rabbits, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? And that's carried. Next, if I could have a motion, actually I do have a mover here, Councillor Rabbits, seconded by Councillor Columbus, that Council move into closed session at 4:25 p.m. to receive an update from staff relevant to the Hublands pursuant to sections 239 2C of the Municipal Act 2001 as the subject matter relates to a pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Just for the public and the media, this shouldn't take long, for about 20 minutes, and then we will be back with you. Councillor Martin?
Thanks, Mayor Chop. I guess I'm wondering why we're going into closed session when we had this entire discussion in open session last week.
It was as part of the agenda at the beginning, Councillor.
And Andy, did you not say that we would need to have a 2/3 majority to discuss this?
Through you, Mayor Chop, the 2/3 was on the amending motion sheet, and I believe that we did get 2/3 of council to approve the amendment to the agenda.
I believe we did as well, but I don't think it was explained that that was what was happening at the time. I guess I'm mostly confused that we're going into closed session to have a discussion when I was told directly by the solicitor last week that she had no involvement with the file on as far as the lands went, and then we had a discussion about the hub lands in open session.
So when you when you didn't support the amendment to the motion, why did you not speak to it then at that point in time?
Because
it was
Andy told me that we would have a two-third majority.
But we did have 2/3.
It was not articulated to this council what we were doing. I thought we were making amendments to the motion, and then when we pulled it, we would have a two-third majority vote to have that discussion. That is why I didn't support it, because I don't support having the discussion today, and I don't support going into closed session to
Staff
have
has
it.
received
Just
additional
asking for
information,
clarification.
is my understanding, and we can ask for the clerk for a ruling on that. I'm fine with that. Andy, you can do that, and, you know, it was there, it was announced at the beginning that staff had additional information. Councillor Taylor put it on there. 7 of 9 hands went up. So, you know, I've seen councillors so far, they have not realized that a council and committee meeting after 2 years is not a public, is a public meeting. We saw that expressed. Last week, I can quote you on the procedural rules that you're not allowed to speak on the motion. I should have had the chair or the clerk rule on that instead. So, you know, there are procedural rules that are out there. There was a motion that was put forward, you know, immediately after staff did their report, and then a question was asked. So 7 of 9 hands went up. If you wanted to challenge it at that point in time, that would have been the time to challenge it before adding it to the agenda.
I'm seeking clarification, Mayor Chop. I did not support the motion because I did not support having the discussion, but I did that because when I had a conversation with our clerk prior to starting the meeting, he said there would be a two-third majority. I am seeking clarification. I am not challenging. Everything is not throwing down the gauntlet. I am seeking clarification. I do not support discussing this today, and if council wishes to do so, fine. That's democracy. But last week, we sat here and had an open discussion about everything regarding the lands. 250 pages were put online with redacted information to make this as transparent and open as possible. I'm simply clarifying because the clerk told me we would have a two-third majority vote. At no point in time did he say we would need to have a two-third majority vote to discuss this. Is council aware of that? If I'm wrong and my colleagues wish to proceed, then great, we'll do so. I'm seeking clarification.
Through you, Mayor Chop. So yes, a two-thirds vote was required to add, as council will recall, the motion before doesn't allow anything new to be brought before staff with it less than 24 hours. So this closed session was brought forward with less than 24 hours. That requires a two-thirds. And it also requires a two-thirds to pull an item for discussion less than 24. So those were the two items. Now, certainly if council wants to address this and doesn't want to address this tonight, deferrals still would take precedence. So if there is an issue, and that would be a simple majority if council decides to push this matter forward to October, I would suggest.
Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
So, simple question. Mr. Clerk, did you or did you not say when we were dealing with this that we needed two-thirds majority? I don't recall it, but did you say it? No.
No.
So I guess Councillor Martin has some credibility with her cause here.
What's the credibility? It's called the Procedural Rules of Order, and it's in a book, and 7 of 9 members just approved a change to the agenda, and the special council meeting that was held because a staff report, we were going to have two-thirds majority to bring a staff report forward within less than 24 hours. I mean, I'm struggling right now with the council anyway. You have a staff member that wants to bring something forward, and you're saying we don't want to hear it. The guy that you're paying a couple $100,000 a year, we don't want to hear what he has to say. So the procedural rules of order are clear. There's no requirement within the procedural rules of order for me to make an announcement that we need a two-thirds vote. 7 of 9 hands went up to approve the agenda. 2 were opposed. Councillor Rabbits, I see you. Want to talk.
Where are we in the meeting? Have we moved for a second to go into closed session? I'd like to call the question, please.
No, I want to hear what the CO has to say. Thanks.
Right, just need a mover and seconder that council resume in open session at 5:06 PM. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? And that's carried. And the resolution coming out of closed session.
To direct staff to inform the hospital that they will not be provided the time to evaluate the property at Ireland Road.
Okay, so, seconder for that motion? Councillor Rabbits. And I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on that, Andy.
All right. Councillor Rabbits.
Oh, did you wish to further discuss the resolution? Okay. Absolutely. So the motion as it read again, that staff are directed to inform the hospital they will not provide them time to evaluate the property. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I firstly thought that staff were going to provide some background to how we got here, and then we would have discussion.
Sure.
Well, we came up with the resolution, which has generally been the procedure from closed session, but if you wish Mr. Burgess to provide further comment, I think there was reasons that he wished not to provide further comment on the matter.
I can clean it up so it's good for open session. Through the mayor to council. When the county was in control of the Ireland Road land and the likelihood of funding for the original intent for the land was being doubted, staff looked at alternative plans for the land. One of those alternative plans was to reach out to other public sector bodies that may have interest in a large, continuous piece of developable land. Staff reached out to the hospital to see if that they would have interest in the land for their uses. We had a discussion with the CEO. There was interest in the hospital being provided some time to evaluate the property, and so hence the request of council to provide the hospital with some time for the hospital to do due diligence on the property to see if it could fit into some future use for the hospital. And that's how we got here today. Council made their direction in closed session, and the motion's before council now in open session.
Well, I'd like to chime in on this. The agreement we had with the developer, or Mr. Halleck and company, was that when, if the federal and provincial governments were getting on side with support for the hub financially, the deal would reverse back and be a reverse sale, my understanding. And our money would be coming back, which is what residents want. And Mr. Halleck has stated in his September 17th note here, second paragraph, we applaud council's decision on the basis of principle that subject lands should only be used as intended. To me, that says they were to be used as a hub and nothing else. It's in the second paragraph. As far as the hospital goes, that's good, but it's just a little late coming forward. The other thing, it's certainly not central to the residents of Norfolk County. Just from the Hillcrest Road again, when they did some evaluation on the location of the hub, it takes 7.5 minutes to drive from the Hillcrest Road at number 3 highway to Ireland Side Road. That's what it takes. And to me, it's just not the right location for something like Norfolk General Hospital expansion. It should be either central or on the west side of Simcoe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. My comments on this are to make sure that it's extremely transparent to those watching at home and following along, is that Norfolk General Hospital did not reach out to Norfolk County. We reached out to them. The other point I would like to make is that there is some confusion out in the public and to be frank, among council, regarding some of the price tags. There's a $3.2 million amount that will revert back to the Norfolk County coffers since the land was not developed as the hub. But the understanding is that it was actually more than 3.2 that was going to be paid for the land. So just to clarify, there was another $2 million that needed to be added to this bill. Is that not correct?
Not correct. It was an option to purchase. So we put a deposit on the option to purchase, and we have not exercised that option to purchase.
Okay, so the 5 million figure is just the option to purchase the supplemental lands, correct?
The balance between the 3.2 and the 5 point, I don't know the number off the top of my head. That money was not paid out yet. It's called an option to purchase.
Okay.
If by a particular date, we decided we wanted more than 25 acres, we locked down an additional 8 per the RFAB committee's request. But we did not pay any monies out on it. 25 acres was the bare bones that we needed for the application, so we only did 25 acres at that time,
But there was an option in terms of additional. Okay, thank you.
per RFAB's request. Further. Councilor Mark.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I am of the position that it's a little late in the game for council to be kicking this idea around, as this information just came forward. And while I obviously support the hospital and wish them the best of luck in their endeavors, they can contact the developer directly. So I wish to hold on my original position.
Councillor Ravitz.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Geisens.
Yes.
Mayor Chop. All right, the motion carries 8-1.
Okay, so the next item, do you want to do, I guess we'll do that at the time of,
Sure. What I'd suggest is we have the council minutes now to approve, and then we go right into the CIC minutes, because this item was also pulled for CIC.
okay, so we have pulled this item from CIC, and just to clarify what I was about to say there, one of my concerns is that, it's council's wish to exercise the put option, is that council needs to be very definitive in their timeline to the developer to be able to return those funds to Norfolk County. So it would be my request that council, your discretion, chooses the number of days that you're willing to accept that money's still being outstanding from the county, but we'll handle that at the time of the CIC minutes. All right, so first set here we have approval of minutes, the special council minutes of September 8th, 2020, and as well the August 18th, 2020 meeting have been circulated. Are there any errors or omissions? Okay, seeing none, they'll be declared as adopted and will be signed by the clerk and myself. Committee reports. Just want to make sure I'm following along here properly. First is council and committee minutes, September 15th, 2020. We have those minutes that are before us. We will vote first on resolution number 7 as it pertains to Booth Harbor due to Councillor Van Passen's conflict of interest. All right, so the motion reads that item number 7 of the council and committee minutes of September the 15th, 2020 be approved as presented. Mover? Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Ravitz. All those in favor? That's carried. Councillor Van Passen, you can come back. Okay, so again, this is the one that I just mentioned. I'll read the resolution as it stood previously. It says that resolution number 13, the CIC minutes of September 15, 2020, that report CS 20-27 for the All Norfolk Community Center, next steps be received as information. And that with respect to 682 Ireland Road, Simcoe Council directs staff to proceed with option 1A. And that's with respect to the portion of 227 Decoux Road, Simcoe Council directs staff to proceed with option 2, or sorry, the other one was 1A and now 2A. So maybe the easiest part is we'll handle this motion part and then we'll set the timeline in a subsequent motion. So if I could have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Columbus, and seconded by Councillor Huffman. All right, maybe we'll do a recorded vote again there, Andy.
All right, Councillor Rabbits.
Yes?
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
No.
Councillor Geisens.
Yes.
Mayor Chop.
No.
Motion carries.
Okay, and the next, as just discussed there for the public, I think it's important that council establish a timeline by which staff will be seeking repayment of the Hubland funds, given that there was no date that was in the last motion. So if I could have somebody on council move a motion for a timeline for repayment of the funds. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you, I would like to move a motion that we negotiate with the developers that the monies be returned, are repaid to us within a 60-day time frame.
Staff can go ahead.
Sorry, through the mayor, can we also have council direct that the mayor and the clerk be able to execute all documents? I can read it for the clerk, and that the mayor and the clerk be authorized to sign all documents deemed necessary by the county's external legal counsel provided to facilitate the return of all monies in 60 days.
I would like to see if Councillor Huffman is open to an amendment to move that to 90 days due to COVID.
I accept that friendly amendment. Do we need a seconder to that amendment?
All right, so it's 90 days, and the mayor and clerk are also authorized to sign all agreements necessary. All right, so Councillor Rabbits.
Yes?
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes. Well, it puts us in the next fiscal year. and that
Councillor
frees up the whole
Columbus.
si-
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Geisens.
Yes.
Mayor Chop.
I think 90 days is a lot of time, but yes.
Carried.
Okay, what's that, Councillor Van Passen?
Just wonder if it makes any difference because that puts it into a different fiscal year rather than the current fiscal year, but that it's sort of back in and out of reserves anyway, right? So,
Well, it's not going back into the reserves, it's just
Yeah,
going back
well,
into our
whatever,
cash
it's
account.
back in the piggy bank,
We've
so-
established it didn't come out of reserves, only the 1 million did,
Yeah.
that was levied. You know, the challenges, you look on social media and the comments from the public that they've held on to the money all this time and they're earning interest on it and we're paying, for our dollars that are outstanding in debt. So, but that's the decision of 90 days and hopefully they honor that.
old habits die hard, and I'm just used to that on the farm. You know, do I buy extra fertilizer this year and you know, save some money from the tax man, or do you shift it till next year? And, you know, when do you pay for this? And it becomes important when you're paying income tax, but it's not really important. We don't pay income tax as a corporation here anyway, right?
Okay, so moving on to staff reports. First staff report is, oh, my apologies, sorry, I've got all the minutes here. Andy, do you have those done, or am I? Okay, committee reports. Council and committee minutes, I just did that, my apologies. Sorry, I need now a motion for the remainder of the CIC resolutions. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? That's carried. Moving on to the public hearing committee minutes. We have the September 8th public hearing committee minutes before us. We'll vote upon the first resolution, number 5, as Councillor Van Passen declared a conflict upon that matter. Can I have a motion to approve resolution number 5 of the public hearings committee minutes? It's been moved by Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? And that's carried. And if I could have a motion to approve the remainder of the public hearing committee minutes, moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? That's carried. Next, moving on to the public hearing committee minutes of August 18th, 2020. They are before us. Is there any discussion on those? There's no discussion. If I can have a motion to move those minutes. Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? Carried. Next, Tourism and Economic Advisory Board minutes, August 24th. Any discussion? August Tourism and Economic Advisory Board minutes are before us. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? It's carried. And finally, Recreational Facility Advisory Board minutes, September 14th. Are before us. Is there discussion? Okay, if there's no discussion, if I can move her in a seconder, Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? That's carried. First staff report PD 20-54, an application that's been received to rezone the lands from open space zone to urban residential type 1 R1A zone to permit 2 additional residential lots to adjust special provision 14.505 to permit reduced lot frontage for 2 lots, to change zoning bylaw schedule A26 to readjust all corner lots, and to remove the holding provision from the subject lands. 832605 Ontario Inc. and Prominent Homes on behalf of 1583039 Ontario Incorporated and agent Douglas Valley have put forward the application affecting the lands described as Ireland Heights Phase 2 located in the urban area of Simcoe, Norfolk County. So first of all, there's 2 items of correspondence of council members that were circulated in reference to this report. And Mohammed, I guess you're going to present?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through Madam Chair to the Council, this report PD 2054 is brought forward to the Council with recommendations. The initial report for information is presented to the Council on August 18, 2020. There is no change to the proposal that was earlier presented on August 18. In this recommendation report, we provided an itemized response to each feedbacks we received in the public hearing. I'd be happy to answer the questions about them after this presentation. Through Madam Chair to the Council, the newest item we received end of last week on this application is a letter from Smart Center, the owner of Walnut property. And they state that they have concern about the water entering from the island phase 2 without having control for quality. Because of this, if the council approves this application, they're asking to have a holding provision to impose until a satisfactory resolution be found about the water quality entering the facility. The Valley Consulting Limited, the agent of this application, provided a response letter with 2 attachments. One of them is the stormwater management report that supported the site plan approval of the Walmart site, where it is in 2006. And here in that report, it is the pond is referred as quality control pond. And it also mentioned that the design is done in a way that can take the stormwater runoff from Island Heights Phase 2. The other attachment was the easement agreement between Walmart and the subdivision land, and this is to discharge stormwater runoff to the stormwater management pond inside the Walmart property. The planning staff and county solicitor had an internal meeting to discuss about this issue, and it is our opinion that this is a zoning application requesting a zoning amendment from that is from open space to residential zone for a small part of the land, and to reduce lot frontage of 2 lots. This application has no relationship on how the stormwater is actually transferring from one property to another. We only looked at that there is an easement and legal agreement is in place between these 2 properties. It is also important to mention that through the easement agreement, this issue is already been addressed by mentioning that this subdivision will not cause any environmental contamination to the pond. From our opinion, if it happens, this would be a legal issue, not a planning matter. Through Madam Chair, from planning perspective, we did not identify any contamination to the site, and the standard of stormwater runoff will be reviewed in detail by the engineering department as a standard process. This report, PD 2054, is presented to the council with recommendation that the lands described as Part Lot 3, Concession 6, Urban Area of Simcoe to amend the Norfolk County Zoning Bylaw 1Z 2014 be approved for the reasons set out in this report, and that a holding provision be kept in place until all conditions of the revised draft subdivision plan are satisfied. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions from council on the report. Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, and through you. I was hoping for some comments about the high groundwater contained within the report. It's page 4 of 14, PD 20-54. It has some comments about phase 1 lots, and we're unsure if a disclaimer about the high groundwater was part of the purchase and sale agreement that was presented to those buyers. And staff are making a comment that you would prefer to have some sort of clause or some sort of buyer beware, statement presented for that phase 2 development that may also have some high groundwater and may require the use of a sump pump. So I was hoping for a little bit more information on that high groundwater topic, and I think I'll save a second question for, after we have that response, please.
To Madam Chair, to the council, the geotechnical report actually addressed the high groundwater level issue, and it also mentioned that if there is a basement, it has to be above 1 meter from the water level, and the high groundwater level is actually a common phenomenon in many places. Based on our experience, we saw that there are many places it has similar kind of issues, and there are technical standards and zoning, building code clauses that actually address these issues, and as long as they maintain this standard, it is possible to build houses on top of it. So what we are thinking that we'll have a condition that this issue will be addressed through the purchase and sale. That will be part of the condition of the draft plan of subdivision, and so that anybody who is interested to purchase the property in that area, they are well aware before they purchase the land that there will be a sump pump, and it might run continuously because of the high groundwater issue.
Thank you, and if I may, my second question, we have had a lot of correspondence between Smart Centers, Valley Engineering, and staff are recommending a holding provision be kept in place until all conditions of the revised draft plan of subdivision are satisfied. My question is, are staff recommending this holding provision for reasons that are different than have been brought up from Smart Center? Because I believe they're asking for a holding provision as it pertains to the stormwater management pond that is on their parcel, but staff may be asking for a holding provision for an entirely different reason. And that's my interpretation, but I want to make sure I'm not mistaken.
Through Madam Chair to the Council, yes, it is correct. The condition generally we provide is as part of the subdivision, draft plan of subdivision approval. And it is a kind of blanket condition where we put several items that has to be fulfilled before they can get the final plan of subdivision approval. That includes many issues, including the easement of the utilities or street lights, access between, in this case, access between phase 1 and phase 2, tree plantation, and there are many other technical standards that has to be mentioned, will be included in the conditions, not necessarily for any particular issue. There will be a set of conditions.
Further questions? Councilor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To the planner, we've added an additional 20 lots compared to what was original, right? So sometimes what we have happen in these new subdivisions where they tighten it up, there's a problem with parking and snow removal. Do you have any concern with respect to tightening up this, adding more units to this subdivision?
Through Madam Chair to the Council, the increase of the lot is 12, and all the lots are quite large. It's around 50 foot in width, and the depth will be around more than 100 feet. It is likely that most of the houses will have double car garage with double car on driveway provision. That means the parking issue, we did not actually see any parking issue in the phase 1 and in the surrounding areas also. So from that perspective, we are not actually thinking that would be a major concern.
Okay, pleased to hear that. And my other question, Madam Mayor, is we're looking at a sidewalk on Ireland Side Road going up towards Walmart, I guess it is. And is there any provision for overhead street lights in that area to be put in by the developer?
Inside the, to Madam Chair to the Council, inside the property, there will be street lights, and that will be a part of the condition. For the Ireland Road, this is not, this is a public road. So I'm not sure if we can, enforce anything outside the property.
I understand that, but I think eventually people walking will want overhead street lights. That's usually what happens. So I guess you're right. It's not up to the developer. It's probably up to the county.
Further? We have a motion moved by Councilor Columbus, seconded by Councilor Rabbits, that's moving the staff recommendation as printed. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. The next report, Mohammed, I believe that's you again. This one hopefully should be a quick and easy one for council. It's a pretty huge benefit to our community. This is an application that's been put forward by Teague and Fitch on behalf of Trademark Warehousing, affecting the lands described as lots 11 to 16, block 62, lots 1 to 7, and 14 to 20, block 70, plan 182 in the urban area of Simcoe, Norfolk County, municipally known as 175 Robin Street, to amend the Norfolk County zoning bylaw 1Z 2014. Go ahead, sir.
To the mayor, we have the file planner, Nicole, is here to do a brief summary of this application. Nicole?
Through you, Madam Mayor. This is an application proposing to add a site-specific amendment to the existing zone, as you mentioned, for the introduction of a gymnasium as permitted use under the general industrial zone for the purposes of allowing a new business, a gymnastics facility for children with special needs. The lands subject to this application contain the existing warehouse structure, which houses other uses as well. The application also proposes to amend the required parking from 162 required under the regulations in the zoning bylaw to the existing 40 spots on the site. The proposed use would be in a portion of the existing structure. The application was heard at the public hearing meeting on September 8th, 2020, and the proposal is supported by a traffic impact brief, and parking was evaluated by staff. 30 letters of support were submitted by members of the public, and council has provided these letters as an attachment to the report before them. In conclusion, staff support the recommendation of approval for this proposal as it meets the intent and purposes of the applicable provincial and official plan.
Questions from councillors? Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, and through you. My question is, I know that there's been some challenges to get to this point for the applicant. And is this the original property that she had approached our staff with when first exploring these options? You know, I've heard some rumor that there was a complaint about that first application that may have held some things up. Our council is trying to expedite applications of this nature from a young entrepreneur that's offering services in our community that we would all benefit from in targeting a vulnerable sector of our population. You know, I have a concern that one complaint or a bad experience with planning could have jeopardized this project. So I'd just like to know, you know, was there any interaction with staff before this application, and were they looking at the same location?
Thank you. Through the chair. This was a file that the team inherited, so I'm not aware of previous sites in particular. I did meet with the applicant, I believe it was in March. We had a telephone conference call and reviewed what would be required for the application. So that's really the starting point for this team with the process. But certainly if there's feedback in terms of the experience, we are open to that as we move the team forward.
And if I may ask further, was our Green Light team involved in this project? And if not, what could we get just maybe a pulse check on that group? Do we have some folks that are off? Are they currently, do they have a full complement? Or, you know, what's the status of our Green Light team? And do they have any involvement in this application that's before us?
Through Madam Chair, for this specific project, again, I became involved in March. And at that time, the Green Light team was not fully functioning. There were some staff away, and there have been further staff changes. So because of the staff changes, staff being away, and the current COVID situation, the Green Light team really hasn't been functioning. But internally, it is something that we're reviewing and evaluating how it potentially could be used going forward.
I think ultimately the goal, Tricia, is for us to get all applications moving forward, regardless of one's qualifying for the Green Light team or not. I think all should be a Green Light team.
I would concur with that, if I may. And again, I just know that there are some challenges with getting this one going, and I just wanted to address if those challenges were still present moving forward, because I think it's a great application, and I really appreciate staff work on this file.
Any further comments? Councilor Martin.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. Not a question to staff, just wanted to take an opportunity to say thanks to Tegan for battling this one out with Norfolk County, and thanks to staff for helping us get there. I know this was a long haul, but this is going to be a great initiative in downtown Simcoe, so thank you.
Okay, the motion's been moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Taylor, as printed in the agenda package. All those in favor? That's carried. Moving on to staff report. PD 20-58, an application that's been received to rezone the subject lands from agricultural A zone to Hamlet residential, and request relief of 7.97 meters from the required minimum lot frontage of 30 meters to permit lot frontage of 22.03 meters. David Lloyd Smith and Sherilyn Smith and Agent Cobb and Jones, Tom Klein, have put forth the application affecting the lands described as 6 Evans Street, Port Ryerson. Fabian, is that you that's going to present this one?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon. So, I have prepared the following recommendation report before you. The information report was previously brought forward in September, on September 8th, 2020. This application will bring the subject lands into conformity with the Norfolk County official plan. A subsequent application will be made in order to sever the proposed lot upon approval of the zoning bylaw amendment. For this application, there were a total of 4 letters that were received. They have been attached as an appendix to this report. In the letters, questions were raised surrounding the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment. The purpose of the amendment is twofold. First, the zoning amendment recognizes the existing situation on the subject lands and brings the site into conformity with the Norfolk County official plan. This application will bring the zoning into conformity with the official plan designation, which is designated hamlet within the hamlet of Port Ryerson. Secondly, the proposed zoning amendment to change the zoning from agriculture to hamlet residential will allow the applicant to create a new lot through a severance application. The creation of this lot will allow the existing residential development to be separate from the farm operation that is currently located at 6 7th Street. Further questions were raised surrounding the potential future development of the severed parcel into multiple lots at the rear of the subject lands. This would not be permitted as there is no frontage, rendering the rear portion of the subject lands to be landlocked. Lastly, questions were raised surrounding the potential change in ownership of the subject lands and the farm operation, and how one would access the parcel if ownership were to change. To answer this question, there are multiple ways that can be used to access the farm parcel. This includes Evans Street, Clarence Street, and Hilltop Drive. Staff are recommending approval for this zoning application.
Okay, no questions. I've got the motion's been moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rabbits to approve the staff recommendation as printed in the agenda. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thanks, Fabian. Next report is PD. Lost my paper here. PD 20-60, an application that's been received to add a special provision to permit a long-term care facility under the Urban Residential Type 5 R5 Zone 2079095 Ontario Limited and Agent MHBC Planning, and put forth the application affecting the lands located in Part Lot 15, Concession 1 in the urban area of Port Dover, Norfolk County. And Nicole, I believe that's you?
To the mayor, we just want to make sure that there's item 10D, staff report PD 20-59, St. John's Road West.
Oh, my apologies, I skipped over one there. Yep, so 20-59, that's an application that's been received to add a special provision on the subject lands to add farm machinery and equipment repair business as permitted within the agricultural zone on the subject lands. Megan Smith and Bob Jacobs and Agent Bram Vanderhoel of Stonecrest Engineering have put forth the application affecting the lands described as 810 St. John's Road West in Simcoe. Fabian, I think that's you? Or am I?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. For this application, there were 3 letters of non-objection that were signed in support of the application. These have been attached as an appendix. There have been no additional letters or comments from the public since the public hearing that was held on September 8th. Staff are recommending approval for this zoning application.
Any questions for staff? Okay, somebody, sorry, actually I've got that moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Taylor. The staff recommendation is printed in the agenda. Further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. And the next report is the long-term care facility in Port Dover.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's Tricia here. I'm going to present this one for Nicole today. So this report is in relation, as referred to, the portion of lands located in Dover Coast, the Dover Coast area within Port Dover, and was presented at public hearing on August 18th. So to recap the specifics for this site, it's approximately 7 acres and is located on the south side of Highway 6, at the northwest corner of Dover Coast Boulevard and Barrett Court. So this application is essentially to add one additional use to the existing site-specific zoning, so to add the long-term care facility as an additional permitted use, which already permits the retirement home. The application was triggered based on a proposal to move the existing Dover Cliffs home long-term care facility to this new location. The site will continue to be subject to a holding provision until such time the site plan approval has been granted and servicing capacity issues have been addressed. There were 2 comments received from members of the public, and in response to those comments, staff from Planning and Development through the ward councillor met on site with representatives of the residents group to assist and respond to those questions. And there has been additional follow-up with the developer's representative regarding completion of items such as lot grading, drainage, and other items of concern. So overall, based on the proposal, staff are recommending approval as the proposal meets the intent and purpose of applicable provincial policy and official plan policy. Thank you.
Okay, so Tricia, my issue with this one is, I brought it up at the public meeting. The holding provision then will be lifted when the site plan has been approved. That won't be coming back to council at that point, will it?
Madam Mayor, the holding will not be lifted with site plan. It also includes, the bylaw also includes requirement for servicing issues to be addressed, so for there to be sufficient servicing on the site, subject to appropriate approvals.
So I just don't think it really, I mean, what these guys are asking for is the fact that, you know, Dover Cliffs, under the legislation is, I believe the year is 2025 to trigger that. So, you know, they have to start building this, otherwise all the people at Dover Cliffs are not going to have a home after that deadline. So in that case, you know, in discussions, I had asked them what their water capacity, you know, at a similar, more modern building with water efficiencies and so on was going to look like in comparison to, you know, what they're using at Dover Cliffs, given our water situation in Port Dover. Clearly, it's not a matter of taking, you know, Dover Cliffs is X number of rooms and now they're going to add on additional rooms. It's not a one-for-one trade in this case. So also understanding, though, that these people are going to need a home and these guys need to move forward with this project. Otherwise, we have another issue on our hands. So I'm just concerned there, you know, we are running a significant water deficit in Port Dover. This isn't a one-for-one trade. And I want that decision to be made by every member of council, that they are going to say, okay, we understand we're assuming some additional risk here, and that this isn't falling to staff or myself or whomever, but that it's a council-made decision. So how do we ensure that that comes back to council before any holding provision is lifted? Because by saying adequate servicing requirements have been addressed, I think that's going to scare the, you know, developer of the home as well, because we know very likely that, you know, people are going to be in that home before adequate servicing requirements have been addressed, before the water situation in Port Dover has changed.
To the mayor, I would suggest that the trigger for that decision-making is the lifting of the holding provision decision, which would be at council. And that would deal with, is it appropriate to come up with any kind of phasing or staging? How would it work in terms of the existing facility and the amount of capacity that might be available for the new facility?
I guess
the primary item, sorry, for today is it even appropriate for locating a long-term care facility on this property? And our understanding is that the proponent would need to know that at this point in time in order to then move forward with their future plans as to what the building would look like and be designed to then know what amount of water would be needed.
No, I agree with you, Brandon. I mean, that's where if I was a developer and I read, and the holding provision won't be lifted until such time as adequate servicing requirements haven't been addressed, that's what I'm saying. In all likelihood, that's not going to be the case, right? So I think it's fair to the developer of the long-term care facility that they know that they're going to have the support of all of council to be able to move forward with this, even if the water situation in Port Dover has not been addressed. That's all. I don't think it's fair to them to have a report that says we're going to wait until these requirements have been addressed when they may very well not. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I think we can take your comment.
I just thought we were going to somehow include this in here, perhaps with some of the information on their water consumption and what they forecasted.
To the mayor, I don't know if we have those specifics yet as to the exact amount of water capacity until they do that more detailed work on what the site plan would be in the building itself. I think we have addressed it a little bit in the staff report, I believe, and in the past staff report. I think I see what you're saying, that the bylaw itself, the holding provision, is pretty general about the servicing capacity. I think that could be also including an alternate solution for servicing that would allow for the capacity for the building. I think that would fall within the same wording.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. If we could back this up, I'm not privy to any of these conversations, and I'm not aware of any discussions going on with the facility. So are you, I thought we were dealing with giving it the appropriate additional use today. Are you suggesting you want it to come back to council to be given water capacity if it can prove that it runs more efficiently than the previous location?
Well, as often happens, many people schedule meetings to talk about their projects, and this was a meeting that somebody called and scheduled a meeting to speak with me. And their concern was that it was the first time that I learned about the long-term care legislation. So they walked me through the changes in the legislation and why they would have to have a new facility that was constructed. And if they don't have a new facility constructed, that facility will be shut down, and people in Dover Cliffs won't have a facility to go to. My response back to them was, I think if I were you, what I would bring to council and show council was, hey, we've got this really old building with Dover Cliffs. It uses, so much water. They've obviously got their water bills. And then to go and say, here's a brand new facility. Clearly, the technology that they'd be putting in the new facility would be far superior to what's going on at Dover Cliffs. So although they're going to have additional rooms in the new facility, they likely, again, showing the numbers of what a new modern age facility with more rooms might compare to an old facility like Dover Cliffs. And then the idea being that they would sterilize the Dover Cliffs property so that until such time as we had new servicing for Port Dover, so that they would just be able to move people to the new facility. So that was my hope, was that some of that, which is what I addressed at the public meeting, would come forward for council so that they could understand these challenges that these guys were facing, and so that they had that certainty to be able to, move forward with that project.
So your concern is that Port Dover is not going to have water by 2025, and that is the date that the housing transfer needs to occur from Dover Cliffs to the new facility. And so it's a replacement if it can be demonstrated that they're going to run at less capacity, that we would allow for them to have water.
Correct.
And you're asking for it to come back to council.
Well, I just think that because we know the water deficit, we're operating at a greater than 50% deficit at peak demand, we know that this will take an additional draw. It's not going to be, if we're saying there's double the rooms at the new facility, and I can't off the top of my head remember the number of rooms that are at Dover Cliffs and the number of rooms at the new facility, but I know there are more rooms at the new facility than there are at Dover Cliffs. So there is going to be some additional water demand. I don't think it's going to be significant, again, given the more modern technologies that would be in the new facility as compared to Dover Cliffs, but there still, will be an additional stressor on water. And so I just don't want it where it's a holding provision that's lifted without that being considered. I think that should be a council decision. I mean, I'm assuming most of council is going to support that decision, given that they need somewhere to live, but I think it's something that needs to come to council.
At a later date, not today.
Well, for these guys that are moving forward with the projects, if I was the developer with a long-term care facility, I would be getting nervous if the language was such that until adequate servicing requirements have been addressed. I think that they need to have a little bit more certainty in the context of a long-term care facility. That's all.
Right, and then from my position, I understand that, but then I would be nervous to be making any decisions today without any concept of, are we setting a precedent where we're allowing additional capacity to be used and denying with others. So as long as today we're addressing the additional use, that makes sense to me. But the rest of this information, I don't have enough information about it.
Correct, which is why I asked about it at the public hearing committee, and I was hoping that there was going to be something that was going to be brought forward to address that matter this week, but it's not. So yes, we won't be able to address that now. I don't think it's precedent setting. I wouldn't be doing it for residential homes, but in the context of a long-term care facility of people that aren't going to have somewhere to go, that's where I think there's a difference there. Councillor Huffman, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to, I guess the question would be is, Is the relocation of Dover Cliffs, does it need to be in Port Dover? When you're talking about people not having a place to live, like are they married to the fact that it needs to be in Dover? Or are there other opportunities for this developer if the water situation is not resolved?
I would not be able to speak on behalf of the developer. I'm assuming they already have their piece of land and they're moving forward, and I don't know whether they would stay in Dover or not. I think that most of those residents, you know, are likely from Dover and so on, so I'm not sure, but I think we need to make a decision. Councillor Columbus.
I stepped out of the room there for a bit, but can you tell me, it's the water situation that's the wild card here. How close are we to working with the province to get a pipeline in from Nanticoke or fixing what we got? Where are we? Is Mr. Sloan got the answer?
There's a report that's coming to council. It's been already stated in October.
October? Okay.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I agree with your point, and I think if we go to the actual bylaw and then the explanation of the bylaw on page 287 of our agenda that we will deal with later, and I'll ask staff if this is possible, but that the holding provision remains assigned to the site and shall remain in place until the execution of the agreement satisfactory of Norfolk County in relation to the site plan and subject to the confirmation that from the Norfolk County General Manager of Public Works regarding the availability of sufficient water, wastewater services. Can we just amend that last sentence to say that the confirmation comes from Norfolk County Council? And that way it will be directed back here from a report from the General Manager of Public Works, but it will be a council decision on what to do when that situation does arise so that we can lift the hold?
That's a great idea.
Through the mayor, that is the process. So it would come down back to council for lifting the holding provision. And in that supporting staff report would have confirmation from the General Manager of Public Works. So the holding provision remains in place until council makes a decision to lift it. This just provides the criteria for when that could be supported. So hopefully that helps clarify. It still is to council to make the decision to lift it, but you would need the input and advice from the General Manager of Public Works on the availability.
The issue still remains, though, Brandon, which is why they had asked to have a meeting. I know they've had conversations with Paula as well of having some certainty there that they're not going to get to that point and then find that council's not willing to make that trade between Dover Cliffs and the new facility. See what I'm saying? It's an unusual situation, which kind of speaks to where Councillor Martin is concerned about setting precedent. I'm not concerned about setting precedent, but I am concerned about, you know, them getting further along, and we have a unique situation with the long-term care facility. That's all. It's not, to me, it's not just your standard holding provision.
Sure. To the mayor, maybe it helps that we've had some recent connection with the applicant's agent. And similar to what was mentioned earlier, they would like to start to work through the site plan process and work with staff about what some of the capacity situation might be in order to then move forward and deal with it at a subsequent step of lifting the holding provision. So this is from the applicant's agent from MHBC Planning.
Well, I think maybe the piece, Brandon, if they want more certainty, the developers between now and then, perhaps that's where an additional report could come back to council highlighting their plan for sterilizing Dover Cliffs for what their, you know, additional water needs would be at the new facility as compared to what they were using at Dover Cliffs and so on.
I would agree that might be one possible outcome.
Perfect.
I think that they would need to get further in the process and willing to work with us to find out what is the trade-off, what are the needs, what's available or not. And if it isn't suitable or it needs anything different or a deviation, then yes, it would be a separate report, if not dealt with in the overall capacity reports that are coming.
Perfect. Okay, so motion's been moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Taylor as presented in the agenda. Further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Next is, I believe, is that Bill? Are you going to present this report? Have I skipped over a planning report? Mohammed, I see you still there.
I think I'm done, Madam Chair.
Yep, Mohammed, did you have something else?
Nope, I think all the planning applications has been already
Perfect,
completed.
thank you. Thanks, Bill, for coming back. So I guess this is over to your report regarding the reopening of community centers.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. For County Council, I will try to be brief here. As a result of the special meeting on September 8th, Council had a resolution that any reopenings, reactivities, anything we're coming back after COVID, that COVID would have an impact on, that you would like to be notified of. So the first report that the CES staff are bringing back is all the community halls, community centers and halls, and we've also thrown seniors in, senior centers. So I think the report is pretty self-explanatory. The highlights are staff are recommending that all halls, community halls, be open as before, with the exception of the Victoria District Community Center. And the reason for that is this hall has been chosen by the EOC as an outbreak response center. And I think what the EOC wanted was just a hall that we could throw together if testing ramps up. We need a place to go. The hall has the IT infrastructure that they need there. It also has a large parking lot, which we could do outside drive-through testing from. Vaccination for flu clinics are coming up, so I think they just thought with everything going on with COVID, it would be great to have that hall set aside. So staff are recommending that not be rented now. Also, the Charlottesville Hall, or Walsh Hall, as a lot of people refer to it, not be opened at this time, and just because it is subject of a very near future report that'll hit council's table here. The change too with the halls is in the past we had staff, we'd had 6 what we call hall coordinators. Basically each coordinator had one hall. We feel we can cut that number down to 3 and give each coordinator a couple halls, and we say that because we don't know, we are getting calls for rentals, but we don't think it's going to be as high as it was before. Also with the announcement on Saturday or Friday night from the provincial government that halls that aren't staffed, we still need to get a legal opinion on that, but we're thinking that probably the numbers that are printed on these halls, the COVID numbers, are going to be set at 10. So we're not sure where the hall business is going to go. Again, the hall coordinators will now be paid hourly. They will not be paid unless they're called into work. Their jobs will be to open up, let people in, lock the door after, clean up, and do the COVID cleaning. We're putting a duration on these contracts because, as council knows, the hall and arenas RFP is out, and once council reviews this in December, there, depending on what choices are made, we're not locking these coordinators in. If council feels to go a different way to operate them, that these folks' contracts will be as such that they can be dissolved. Next, on senior centers, we have, I'll start with the Dover Senior Center. We're recommending, the rest of the halls would open November 1st. And with the senior centers, we're recommending that Port Dover be allowed to open November 1st. Delhi, and unfortunately, we've just told late last week that group has disbanded, and staff are working with them. We hope to bring a report back to council very shortly on how to revive that Delhi club. And with the Simcoe seniors, we're recommending that they open October 1st. They're our early opening, and that is to allow the seniors in the building to start sorting, packing, and getting ready for their move to the rec center. Also in the building on Pond Street with the seniors, there are a number of groups, the artists, there is a karate group, potters, and the young theater. So we're recommending that they be allowed to go back in early as well for just the fall, because the plan is for that building, of course, to be declared surplus and sold eventually. So we'll be having meetings with them on where their future may go. With the senior center too, there is air testing being done. There was some concern about with the mold in the basement, why are you letting people back in? However, just remind council and the public that there were mediations done to the basement, which will, it's a Band-Aid to keep that at bay, and we will test it before we let in. It's not a long-term solution, but as long as the tests come back positive, these groups would go in. And the big thing with halls, I think generally, we just wanted to bring it to your attention, there will be a COVID fee for the cleaning as well, which is set at about $50 per rental now, and that's based on roughly an hour to 2 hours cleaning by the coordinators. And the big thing to keep in mind with these is with the Ford government ruling of only 10 inside with an unstaffed building, that's for 28 days. So by opening these buildings in November, we may be able to go back to the COVID numbers on page 1 and 2 of the report, but we'll just have to see where that goes. So I'm not sure if that changes our plan for opening. We are getting requests. People want to get back to meeting. However, we have to make sure that, see where COVID goes. And with all of these, we will be working with the coordinators as well as the renters for COVID-19 to make sure all safety protocols, health and safety are in to stop the spread of COVID. And with that, I'll turn it over to County Council for any questions they may have.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. So the other tenants of the Simcoe Seniors building should be expecting a call from your staff or at least getting in touch at some point in the near future?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Taylor, that is correct. I think when the report was printed Friday, all but one group has called me already.
Councillor Geisen. Go ahead.
It's so good that we are going to have our Cortland Community Center again. There may be some problems. I mean, I don't know how many people will you be able to get in. We use that much for all the things that we could do for the area and everything like that, and we also probably sometimes roll something like $400,000 to $200,000 or something like that in that area, and sometimes more too. The other thing that I wanted to talk to you about is the old truck building, and it was changed over by the Lions, and they took that building and put a new floor in and did the everything. It's almost like the hall or the center or whatever you want to call it, theoretically. And the other thing is that was a new, I guess, county, and that was all done mostly by all the people in the Cortland area and all around the place and everything like that. And I think it was something very expensive, something like that. I don't remember what it is anymore, but I could find it if I needed it. I didn't think we were going to take that. I guess I'm sorry. And they also put a new steel roof on the old truck building and everything like that, and they put a lot of money into it, and they've used that for using other things too and everything like that. The question is this: how can it still be used as it was before?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Geisens, if I'm understanding your question, that is what I call that myself, the Lions hut there as well.
Building, yeah.
Yeah, and that isn't, it's basically the Lions have been the only one, to my knowledge. I believe the Scouts were in there before I got there. The only ones that rent that. So I'm not sure if we're mixing up the RFP that's out. That is included in that, and again, this council, any proposals come back, council has final say on it. But as far as actually renting that out through this report, we do not rent that out for baby showers, wedding showers, community events. It's just too small. It's the larger hall, and I think what you're referring to is that building, and it will remain as it is outside of this report and be subject with the RFP on any proposals that come in. Anybody may want to operate that.
Thank you very much, and I hope that everybody will continue. I don't know how it'll turn out, but we'll wait and see. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, I have a few questions. The first one is in relation to the future staff report for the Charlottesville Community Center. Do we have an expected date when that would come back before council? Q1, a month?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rabbits, yeah, it may likely not be my group that writes that report, but I will speak with Shelley Darlington and get some direction. I would think that we would have that report to you by year's end. I think the time we need to move on that one.
Thank you. My next question is recognizing that there is at least one other group in that Pond Street location that I didn't see explicitly mentioned in the report, and it's our local scouts. Do we know where their memorabilia is? Have they moved? What's the status on our local scouts?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rabbits. The scouts, I believe the majority of their stuff is still in the building. A few years ago, we reached out to them, and presently we are storing their stuff. That's a group we will definitely follow up with before the building is surplus. But to my knowledge, they haven't met there for probably 2 years. They have their meetings someplace else, so it's something we should follow up right now. We are, they have a lot of items in that building that they're definitely going to want back.
That's good to hear that there's still conversations being had. I know particularly with our scouting groups, they take advantage of local churches, often to present their awards to their members. They're often renting space, and we've stored a lot of their memorabilia. It's my wishes that we can take some of this memorabilia out of storage and find a place in our community to showcase it, perhaps giving them a wall, whether it be in one of our various community buildings that we have, or possibly at our public library. It's discussions that I'd like to bring to some committee tables just to see how we can actually celebrate scouting here locally that has a long tradition. My next question is about those user groups in the Annalisa Carr Center that have been displaced, those that were previously renting the Dogwood Room, renting the Norfolk Room, Simcoe Lions being one of them, Weight Watchers. I'm going to miss a bunch of different groups that use that space. They've now been displaced, or they can no longer book either the Norfolk Room or the Dogwood Room, and as we transition our seniors into there, I believe that's earmarked to be sort of storage, or to help them transition into the kitchen and into the rest of the footprint of the building. What are the plans, or what's the engagement strategy with those groups that have been displaced due to the Pond Street user groups, moving to the rec center?
A good question through the mayor to Councillor Rabbits. We will, after tonight, we have been in conversation with some of them. Any of their meeting dates, we will try to obviously put to another hall, Talbot Gardens, things like that. We'll make sure that we do have room for them. It may not be in that building. We're also depending on how quickly the seniors move goes. There are a few October meetings that are still being held in the Dogwood Room, but obviously that's got to come to an end. So facilities bookings will be reaching out and saying, here's what you have booked, and a lot of these have been put off because of COVID, and we will redirect them to a hall in the area. It's going to be a change for some of these because they're used to meeting in certain rooms, but again, I think the good that comes out of give this the seniors' place. We have a number of halls that we can take these rentals. I guess the long run as well is if we get to the point where the seniors get in there, the seniors can be in that section from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We can go back to night afternoon and night rentals in there. So the whole idea of the rec center is to make it multi-purpose for as many groups as possible. Obviously, when the ice floor gets converted over to, there's meeting time and community use there. So it'll take a little time to work it out, but we'll make sure that everybody that has a request for a meeting room will be one place or another.
Thank you. And if I may have just one more. That's great that we have a plan for that. Oh shoot, I did have another question, but I think I've lost. Oh no, I got it back now. So we don't actually have the Annalisa Carr Center, the rec center listed. I assume it'd be 50 individuals, asterisks. Are they in that ballpark, or how many people can we actually get in that facility? Can we delineate the rink side from what's above the pool? Are we able to get more than 50 in that full footprint of that building?
Through the chair to the councillor, yeah, I think CEO Burgess alluded to that tonight. That one time that building was just 50 people, and we were a little worried how we're going to have people in pool as well as that. But through reading through the provincial guidelines and some changes, we're convinced, or we feel confident, that we are allowed to have 50 on the aquatic side and 50 on the other side presently, as long as it's staffed. Obviously, if it's not staffed, then we come back to the present 28-day 10 thing. So as far as I'm concerned, unless Burgess wants to, Jason wants to have a chat, we are allowed 50 on the aquatic side and 50 on the other side.
That's correct. And we're not exactly allowed 50 on the dogwood side because of the 6 feet. We have a capacity there of 42-ish, I believe is the number that staff have determined on that meeting room side. So the building will be essentially broken down to 3 zones. One is the arena, one's the pool, and one is the dogwood room. So not quite 150, but somewhere close to that would be how we would deal with it. But as Mr. Cridland says, that rule is if it's monitored and managed. So that's one of the things we have to work through. What exactly does that mean? What's our responsibility? So that's all stuff that we're working on with the user groups at this point in time. The pool is monitored at all times, so that's an easy one.
Sorry, just one more follow-up. And so if I were to assume that if we're getting more than 50 into one footprint, that there would be separate entrances. So for these 3 zones, would they be entering from a different point in that building? And is that something that we're considering for all of our spaces, that if we're going to be going over the 50 head count and we're segregating those spaces, do they have different points of entry, egress and regress from the building?
Yeah, that's a good question, Councillor, and that's something that that each building gets looked at as far as how they flow through and what's the timing of it. So what we'd want to do is stage the timing for pool use versus time for the arena use. So that's all stuff that as we work with the user groups and develop the schedules, we try to coordinate that timing to maximize the use of that. And, you know, hopefully in a few more months, we don't have to deal with, with these limitations. But at this point in time, it's something that staff will clarify with public health and the province on how we, how we manage the capacity there. But at this point in time, we're trying to use all 3 rooms to the maximum.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Cridland, I just want to clarify, when you're talking about the RFP process, you're talking about the call for submissions, is that correct?
Through the Mayor, that is correct.
Okay,
Councillor.
because I saw RFP in one of the reports as well, and I just wanted to clarify. I know we're trying to be very streamlined about that with the community partners involved. The other thing is, you were going to let us know if you were able to find out what makes a community center a senior center. And I was just wondering if you were able to get that information.
Through the Mayor to the Councillor, I was, and I still owe you that. I will do an email. Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bill had mentioned a couple of things about the Charlotteville Community Center, and I'm just wondering maybe it's a good time. I just want to correct some of the wording in the staff recommendation, the 3rd clause. I believe it's intended, and I hope the clerk can get this with me. I think it's intended to say, and further, that council supports the staff recommendation that the Charlotteville Community Center remain closed, as this facility is the subject of a future staff report. The original wording there, I could not make any sense of it. I hope that that's better. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Cridland, there's a motion on the book somewhere whereby the BIA of Simcoe is to work closely with respect to the future of the Pond Street building, that particular district in there. Have you had any discussions with them at this time?
Through Mayor Chop to Councillor Columbus. I haven't myself, however, I know Jason Burgess has, and he's briefed me on any of these meetings we have with these user groups. The BIA will be involved at some portion. I believe that's correct, Jason? Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. We have met with them a few times, and I believe there was an on-site meeting with the BIA 10 days ago. I'm looking at, and then we had another meeting with the BIA and another interest in one of their associated groups too. So there's been some dialogue back and forth on their thoughts on the property at this point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Cridlin. I also had some discussions with some of the smaller user community groups that Councillor Roberts had mentioned, and they had put a couple questions to me earlier today that I said I would follow up on. So one group, as an example, has a membership of about 17 people, and they're anticipating using much less space because of social distancing measures. Their concerns are that, they're obligated to a full rental term, and they're most likely looking at a loss of revenue or not even breaking even. So the questions were, would there be any extra consideration given to these smaller user groups to be able to give different levels of notice, maybe 60 days notice or something along those lines to get out of their activated cancellation policy? They are concerned that we're treating them almost similar to Norfolk Minor Hockey, where it's a larger entity and they are quite small. And the other question that they posed to me was, could cleaning costs be prorated through payment with the county? Has there been any type of consideration to making some amendments to these smaller groups?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Martin. Staff are talking, I think, if I'm understanding you correct, you're not talking about the Pond Street rental, you're just talking about people that are renting with smaller numbers? In general, yeah. Okay. I guess it's something probably staff should take back. I'll make a note and have some dialogue on that, how we work that, because as right now our user fees are adopted by council and they say what a hall rental is, and we've thrown on which we think is a pretty economical cleaning cost when you've got to do a whole building. However, I guess with a smaller rental, if we could hold those staff to a certain section of the building, there may be some leeway there where you don't have somebody come in and clean a whole hall if a group of 10 people are staying in a section. That's something I can review with staff, and again, probably public health will ask them about that as well, just to make sure that we're not make sure we are doing proper cleaning protocols.
Okay, thank you. Maybe if they're listening right now, or if they follow up, I can just recommend that they suggest digging a little deeper with your staff on that when they go to do bookings. And the other part that goes along with the cleaning costs is the cancellation notice, to be able to give 30 or 60 days notice if their program isn't going to be viable.
Yeah, noted. We'll make note of those. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Chop. To County Council, I'll try to keep this short and simple. The writing of this report was done by CES staff with some verbiage from the clerks. Generally, this report wouldn't come to council for maybe a memo on an off-season event, which November is. CES staff have reached out to the 3 community groups in Dover that are involved with Friday the 13th, and the responses we had from the 2 were due to COVID and being a non-weather event, they were not planning anything for this event. The Port Dover Kinsmen were the only ones that had said that they would like to sell a few T-shirts and also have a few vendors in the Elmer Lewis parking lot. Staff are recommending that we allow the Kinsmen to rent the Elmer Lewis parking lot from the county for these sales. We will work with the group. Again, with the 4 changes, it was 100 in an open area. Now I think that is down to 25, but again, only for the next 28 days, so we'll see where that goes. But we'll work with this group. They will need to limit their number of vendors. They will also have to have a COVID plan of where people come in, hand washing, good practices such as try not to have cash, that sort of thing. also, with the COVID, staff were a little torn between this, because with COVID-19, some of us were like, we shouldn't have any vendors at all. But I think when we thought through it, it's been said many times at this table, we can't control Friday the 13th. If it happens to be a 25-degree day in November, you're going to get a few hundred people there, maybe 1,000 people. If it is a rainy -4-degree day, you're not going to have anybody. So it's up to the club. If they want to rent and go ahead and plan, we're recommending that we allow them. And I think at this point, I would probably like to turn it over to Mr. Gazelle. His group dealt a bit with the licensing, and there's some mention in that, and I think probably Andy's better suited to talk to some of the modifications to the licensing.
Thank you, Bill. So yeah, just very briefly, there's a couple things to note on. The recommendation says that we will require safety plans, so that would be the mechanism that we would have the county oversee it. The partnership with the community groups has been good. It worked out well last year where they issue licenses, but I don't think any of them want any of the potential risk around COVID, so I think they generally don't want to be the ones issuing the licenses, and it helps us with the safety plans that we can do that. And this will also allow us to limit license issuance and really focus on the community groups and charities as being the ones rather than outside vendors that come every year to these bringing in. The other aspects that council should be aware of is that there is no road closure proposed, so there is no sidewalk sales anywhere. There also probably won't be any unique parking regulations. It would be the regular parking regulations in place for Port Dover. And also, there is a delegated authority from council for myself to declare events municipally significant. So I would not utilize that in this case. Sometimes I've utilized it in the past to declare individual patios municipally significant. I wouldn't do that. I'd bring forward the letter to council so that council directly could make the decision, because I think it's important that council weighs in and knows the full scope of what would happen there.
Andy, how did the outdoor gathering limits apply, even the one prior in stage 3? By issuing licenses, are we not really knowingly creating an outdoor gathering?
Through you, Mayor Chop, to you, it's an interesting issue because we get into this as well with mobile food trucks. Sometimes we have a food truck that wants to do kind of a special event, and in the nature of that, you'd expect that would also attract more than 25 people. And it's almost the same thing with Friday the 13th. I've heard it many times, we're the default organizer. So if we do anything, we could be inherently encouraging people. I think that's why the report also says that we take an active marketing effort to discourage people from attending.
But yet the Premier just stated a couple days ago that the province needed to take decisive action to stop the spread of the disease, and yet we're going to knowingly issue licenses. I mean, we're even debating about our own local hockey players playing and the impact on our insurance. Like how, Jason, in terms of the impacts with Cowan on this, like we're issuing licenses during a pandemic to draw people into town, but we're going to say we have booths, but please don't come. It's just too much of a contradiction for me.
Yeah, and I think that's why the report was written in a manner that, for council, I think staff struggled with which side to go on in this one. At the end of the day, staff felt that by us at least being able to issue the license and control their safety plan and put some protocols in place with regards to it, that was the risk mitigation factor that at least for that site, the vendors would, there would be some control over how the safety standards would be applied on that. Council could certainly rule to say, well, listen, we don't want to provide any licenses. We had not set up any ability for sale of goods for Friday the 13th. And, and staff certainly reviewed that as an option also, and both, I think, are appropriate views to take on this issue. It's just it's one of those tough issues where, it's potentially going to happen, and what is the role of the municipality on something that they don't fully control. So that was, that's how staff kind of, weighed both sides and fell to one side, but it's not, it's certainly something that's for debate for council to decide which side they want to go on as far as how do they want to control safety on a Friday the 13th.
Well, I think council can't, you're right, they can't control Friday the 13th traffic. We know that. They're going to come either way. But at the same time, I feel like by issuing licenses during the middle of a pandemic, or while, people are sitting here making their pitch to council about playing hockey and doing things locally, and we've been holding them back for that, we're encouraging people to come from and engage in gatherings that the premier is, clearly discouraging at this point in time. Councillor Rapids.
Thank you, through you. I'm struggling with the last two clauses of the recommendation within the report. The first being, and further that council support Norfolk County limiting the issuance of licenses for the November 2020 event, as well as requiring an agreed upon safety plan prior to the issuance of a license. I agree with the safety plan clause, that seems prudent, but if we are going to be issuing licenses, my worry is that if we are limiting them, that will increase traffic to those select vendors that are open. So we could have a bottleneck in those few that were lucky enough to get a license, having increased amount of foot traffic at one time, creating a congregate setting, even if it is outdoors. So, I'm listening to Mayor Chop's concern about why are we issuing licenses at all, and that is a valid one. But if we are going to be issuing licenses, did we want to create a scenario where we would only have a select few amount of vendors in one parking lot where everyone would sort of know that's the one spot that's open, that's where we're going to head to? So, I don't think if we are going to be issuing licenses, I'm very hesitant to limit those. I see within the report our strategic plan linkage happens to be missing. Choose an item is printed in our report, but I think the one that you were going for was supporting service clubs and volunteers in the community, because that seems to be the best fit for the staff report, and I believe that's the intention of the report as well. So I think we need to have a little bit more discussion as to if we're issuing the licenses or not. And if we are, my preference is not to limit them. But having an agreed upon safety plan is absolutely a must. My second comments here, and I would like a staff response to my statements. They are sort of in the form of a question. But the idea of marketing to discourage travel. I feel that we've given up a certain amount of liberty during COVID. We don't have the ability to travel. We don't have the ability to associate like we used to. And that has had a negative impact on mental health and people's sense of community. We aren't free to travel like we used to. We can't go to certain places without adhering to restrictions, and we can no longer freely associate with each other up to a certain head count. So to engage in a marketing plan that would discourage travel, I feel isn't a prudent use of staff resources, or if there's a budget attached to this item, dollars. I would much prefer to see that staff effort and money spent going to bylaw enforcement, going to crisis communications. Should we have a super spreader event, or should we have something when the day rolls around that we need to respond to? I'd much rather have our communications team in emergency response mode than actively discouraging travel to Port Dover through, I guess it's the opposite of a marketing campaign, isn't it? So, I think we need to talk about those two clauses, what staff's intentions were with those, and if my concerns are valid, and if they're founded, to have some relevance to this debate. But, those are basically my comments, and I was hoping we could have a staff response, for those two clauses at the end of the report, please.
Do you want me to start? through the mayor to the councillor, two good questions. So I'll do with the marketing effort. This would be the same marketing effort that staff undertook, such as Potahawk event, where I went to social media and, weighed out all the issues with regards to COVID. We love you to visit, but maybe, visit after COVID so that was the intent on that, just to be very clear that we would engage that. There's no cost of that. That'd be done internally through our communications department. And it would be aligned with, it'd be aligned with what we did for Potahawk, where we were just trying to discourage large groups from gathering in an unorganized fashion. With regards to the issuance of license, it was a debate that staff had. The intent was to limit it to the one that expressed interest to it, and that way we can control the zone. And within that zone, you can control how many people are allowed within the parking lot at that point in time. The councilor puts forward the counterpoint that, well, if you spread it out, does that assist? That is, because now you're spreading people out over a larger area, does that assist with social distancing? Yes, it also spreads out our ability to enforce the rules, right? We were just trying to contain it. We were hoping that it would be a smaller event, so that's where it is. But that is for the debate, for council, I think, is for this Friday the 13th during COVID, does council, what's at the heart of the debate is, does council really want to issue licenses and encourage that, or not issue licenses? And if they are going to issue licenses, the staff was just trying to limit the number of licenses to reduce the amount that we had to monitor. So hopefully that addresses, I don't have an pure answer for the license question. That I think is up for council to decide. The other one was just to notify council that we undertake the same effort that we did with Potahawk, and it seemed to be successful. It wasn't not only to discourage travel. To be fair, what we also did was we also did a lot of proactive public health. If you are here, make sure you follow all these rules to encourage public safety. So they kind of go hand in hand.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I just want to basically piggyback on what you had said, and I totally agree. In a time of a pandemic, where we shouldn't be encouraging any kind of gatherings, I don't think we should be issuing any permits whatsoever, and this should be a complete non-event for Norfolk County. I empathize in terms of the fundraising hit that it may have to local service clubs, but unfortunately, that's just one of the impacts that we'll have to suffer in terms of this. But come November 13th, I think that Norfolk County should not do anything but be a passive observer in this event, and we'll hope for a very low attendance.
Anyone else? Councilor Martin?
This one's a tough one because we're not event organizers, and we say that time and time again, and we also say time and time again that we're not going to stop turnout. So the argument always becomes, to what level do we want to be prepared? I was once told that Norfolk County does not put out any messaging to encourage or support the event or discourage, for that matter, as to not look like an event organizer, to not increase liability. But it sounds like we'll be actively taking that position to discourage people from attending anyways, which we're going to put some skin in the game from that aspect. I could very easily go with no vendor space and leave it to our local businesses to try and turn a profit on this one, or I could very easily see us opening up Elmer Lewis Parkette and limiting the vendors to 4 or 6 and spreading them out. But before I could commit to any licensing or issuing of permits, I'd almost want to see what that safety plan could look like from our staff. Is there one entrance and one exit? Is there someone counting patrons as they come in to service these products? And it's not because I care to get the annual t-shirt. It's because I think if we don't have some level of, if we're not somewhat ready for this, I think that they will find other places to go and sell their products. Local businesses will go to the front step of a store and not set up on a sidewalk, and we'll see gatherings there. They will be in parking lots with private parking. And so, although that's not on land that's owned necessarily by Norfolk County, we are losing our ability to look at a safety plan and look at who's congregating where. So I guess my question to Mr. Burgess is, do you think that there would be some way we could develop our own safety plan on quick and short order and turn around and bring it back for council to look at if we were to say limit, 6 vendors into Elmer Lewis Parkette? And further, I would say that I would only want to see local, not-for-profit vendors. We've had an expression of interest from Knox Presbyterian Church as well as the Kinsman Group. But is that something that we would be able to do to add into to further this discussion?
Through the mayor to the councillor, it certainly can be. I think the intent was that their safety plan would have to be approved by our public health officials. I would suggest maybe council should avoid actually approving safety plans. I think you'd leave it to public health to, they meet the requirements of public health, and that way council can't be, that way council's not stepping into something that's really in the view of public health. But the intent would be that their safety plan would have to be worked with. The intent of this report was, if you're going to allow licensing, if that's something council wants to do, then the requirement for them to get the licenses, they need to, our team would have to work with their team in public health to get a acceptable safety plan.
Right, I do understand that, and sorry, to provide clarity, I don't want to approve their plans, but I wondered if you thought it was suitable for our staff to say to us, here is Elmer Lewis Parkette, here is what we, have had interest for, and we believe limiting this to 6 people on these 4 corners and this far down, and further, we are requiring that each group, I'm making this up on the fly, but schedule in volunteers to work and count numbers, and there's 1 entrance and 1 exit and no washrooms. And is that reasonable or not? It's hard to make a decision when what licensing could look like when we don't know who's interested and what the safety plans could be made up of.
Yeah, I think the challenge for the county to do it is we don't know the resources that the Kinsmen would have to deploy for that. So that's where the intent is, to have the Kinsmen develop a safety plan, and if it meets the standards that public health is, then accept that. We could, it is something that we could do, is kind of outlay, well, if you want to operate in this park, here's the Norfolk County safety plan, and you must meet it to its detail. To be fair, we haven't had time to do that. It is something we could take a look at doing, but then, whatever we do, frankly, you're going to be working with the Kinsmen and public health one way or the other. So whether we come up with it and they agree to it, or they come up with it and we agree to it, it's just, we'll get to the end cause one way or the other, is how I look at it.
Right, and by all means, I don't have any preference to challenge the health unit's position on a safety plan as far as this goes. I just think that it should be, a little bit more information should be provided, because I don't know if I'm giving the blessing to license to 2 vendors in the park, or if it might end up being 22 vendors in the park, which is obviously not ideal and not what I want to do. But I have legitimate concerns that if we don't make a decision on this, it will end up dispersed around town, dispersed out throughout the community. People will not get their permits. They'll be on front lawns, and we'll see groups congregating together anyways. So that, I think, would be my preference, to throw something back to staff and have a plan put forward that would demonstrate some public safety elements, and then make a decision, and we'd know what we're giving a blessing on, as opposed to carte blanche on Elmer Lewis Parkette filled with vendors.
I'm going to look to Mr. Cridland. With COVID, we can't, I can only text so quickly, so I'm not that good. I think maybe, Bill's had the direct conversation, but could we get together with Kinsmen over the next 10 days to hammer something out and then present something back to council? Is that a realistic timeline, Bill, with the Kinsmen group?
Through Mayor Chop to Jason. Yeah, I believe it is, because when I sit here and Mr. Burgess is correct, we don't in my group get involved in improving the plans, but we do work with a lot of these groups in hockey is that because they don't have the first idea what a COVID-19 plan is. So I think the dialogue so far with the Kinsmen, when we had mentioned, yes, you can, we'll go to council to be sure, but we're going to make sure they're like, well, what does that consist of? So I think they're kind of waiting for that. So yeah, we would lay out the high priority stuff. We could give them a printout of the park, and I'm sure we can pull that off in 10 days, and then they can fine tune their operations of is it 3, is it 4, is it 5? How many volunteers do they have? Because we're going to stipulate you got to control people in, head counts, and God, if it is only the 25 people, they may not even, you know, it may not be worth it, or they're going to pile up, and then we're going to have the social distancing down the street. So long-winded here, but we can definitely meet within 10 days and get something back here.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. If I could just make one more comment further to that. Like, I don't think that there should be anyone coming from outside of our community to this event. I think we should just be looking after our own not-for-profit groups and making sure that they're given a safe space to set up shop so that we can do our best to ensure public safety. But I don't think that we need to see a leather jacket vendor from Toronto coming in for this event. We don't want to encourage a bunch of traffic to our community. We don't want to encourage a large gathering. So that would be my personal preference. Thank you.
If, I would only suggest just that council not provide any specific direction on who staff are going to exclude or not. We have to treat every license before us very equally and fairly, and just the general direction to limit licenses would be enough.
Yes, we've done that before. That's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Isn't that what this report is about? Is the Kinsmen are basically looking for permission. Would the county allow them to use the park? There is a whole licensing regimen that's in place to issue the licenses, and we're agreeing that they're going to be limited, and it all has to fit with the health department's safety protocols. But, you know, if we're not even willing to let the Kinsmen look at that, well, at least if we approve this, they will know they can look at it. They might find out it's not doable, it's not profitable, whatever. They will work that out with our staff and the health department on what constitutes a safety plan. Because, like, I think you can argue all these any way you want, right? That, like, we have no control about who shows up. So, to Councilor Rabbit's point, you know, we're going to create a place where more people show up. But if somebody shows up and wants something to eat, they're either going to go in the restaurant or they're going to go to the hot dog vendor, but they're going to get something to eat somewhere. So by providing more, are you creating a bottleneck or relieving a situation somewhere else? You know, it's, there is, which way do you want to argue it? Is it better or worse? But I think the Kinsmen and our staff will soon figure that out, whether a safety plan is actually even doable for the Elmer Lewis parking lot. And if it's not, I'm sure they'll come back to us. And if it is, staff will bring that back and let us know what their proposal is. So I think that's about where we are, isn't it?
Further?
Statement? Well, just ultimately, Mother Nature will dictate the attendance at Friday the 13th. Maybe it'll snow. Nobody will show up.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. One more final question. Mr. Burgess, could we also go as far to have plans in motion for additional bylaw staff? Should it be a nice, bright, sunny day? Should we be making plans for that as well?
Through the chair, yeah, it's something that we would take a look at. Obviously, bylaw is back to a Monday to Friday schedule, so we're not working weekends now. So we can, Mr. Milson can juggle his staffing for that week, I think.
Further? Go ahead, Bill.
Just to, thank you, Mayor Chop. Just to comment on that. You know, the report says staff aren't involved. We have had a couple planning meetings over this event, and especially with fire, paramedics, roads, and park staff. We do have informal meetings, we do watch the weather, and there always is some upstaffing to go on, maybe one ambulance, and some of the road trucks are obviously loaded with barricades in case the OPP, they're involved, call, and at noon hour, we have 2,000 people downtown. So I think with bylaw are parts of those talks as well. So at the next meeting, I will just mention that bylaw came up, but just for council to keep in mind, staff do keep an eye on this and are in standby for the event. As much as we say we're not involved, if it gets big, we have to be ready to roll.
So if the provincial order is extended for gatherings, how is that going to impact us?
Through the mayor, to the mayor, my understanding is outside gatherings went from, if I'm talking about the Elmer Lewis parking lot, I would call that an outside area. It was 100 people, and now I believe it's down to 25. If that's extended till November 13th, there will only be allowed to be 25 people social distancing within Elmer Lewis Parkette.
So 25 people in the park, and then what about the people waiting in line to get into the park? Is that not also part of the social gathering?
That's a very good question. I guess it would be the way we would set it up if they line up on the municipal sidewalk, that we'd have to make sure there was social distancing between them, and I'm not sure how a gathering on a road allowance, how that would be treated, because at any Toronto street or even a street here in Simcoe, you could have over 25 people, obviously, on a certain street section. So that's a good question. I don't have an answer other than we would have to make sure we had staging areas that allowed for social distancing outside of Elmer Lewis if it's held to 25.
Yeah, I support the Kinsmen selling T-shirts still and so on, but there's other ways to do that. Everybody's found different options right now with doing it online and so on and so forth. And, you know, I could be wrong, but my best guess would be that the orders to limit gatherings is not going to, you know, increase as we move, you know, further and further inside as we come into the winter. So to me, you know, we're directly in contravention of, you know, what the province is doing and limiting outside, you know, reducing these numbers for gatherings. And, you know, just to say that there's only 25 people in the park, 25 people in the park plus 50 people standing in line to be admitted into the park, to me, consists of the entire gathering. We're encouraging that gathering at that park. So, you know, I do support the Kinsmen very much. I'm always a supporter of Friday the 13th, but I think that this is a unique year and a unique situation, and I think there's more creative ways of selling T-shirts and getting special pandemic T-shirts out to people. It could be a mail-out order of Friday the 13th shirts that say, welcome back for the next one, you know. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. So, you know, maybe to not lock us into a position here, Andy, would it be best if I moved a motion that encouraged staff to go back to the drawing board and have a discussion about safety plans? It would also give us time to see what's happening in our community with the amount of interest to actually get these licenses, and then come back to council when you have time and fill us in more about what the public safety element would look like if we did go down this route.
Through you, Chair Chop, I think one of the challenges will be staff working with the Kinsmen to start developing safety plans. From my perspective, if council wanted to consider this motion and then add a resolution that a further report be brought back to the October or council meeting, that would give us an opportunity to review the situation at the end of October and pull the pin still. And the reason why I'd suggest that date is we want to give these people enough time to not buy the T-shirts. They have to have them printed, so if we can give them 3 weeks and I can hold off on issuance of any licenses until after that council meeting, then council would still have an opportunity to look at the entire situation as it rests in a month's time and say whether or not you want this plan to proceed, but staff could start working with the Kinsmen to put it in place.
Just one last question from me. Have we reached out to the province to see as to whether or not, or what their views on as to whether or not this would qualify as a gathering, a municipally sanctioned gathering?
Not
Do
that
we
I'm
want that
aware of.
answer? Well, I kind of do want that answer. I mean, I believe in a regionalized approach, and if the Premier's made an order, I think that's what we've taken flack for all along, is to uphold the provincial orders. And it's a provincial order, and we're in a global pandemic, and yeah, I want to know what the Premier thinks of us issuing licenses for Friday the 13th. I think it's appropriate. I mean, if the province is okay with it, then you can put your microphone on if you have something to say. Okay. So does somebody wish to make a motion then?
I will, Mayor Chop. I would do what Andy suggested, that a further report come back to council in October. That will give us time to gather more information, see what the public level of interest is, and we can make a decision at that time. It also doesn't allow the word to get out there and build and have additional vendors inquire. We haven't made a decision yet, and we'll continue to address it as more information develops.
You have that? Okay, seconder, Councilor Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering if Councillor Martin would be willing to add that perhaps we could direct staff to communicate with the province regarding what their view of a gathering of that sort would be.
Sure, if that's the wishes of council. The reason why I questioned the mayor initially was because she wanted to know if the event was viewed as a municipally significant event from the province. And this council, and I'm certain other councils, have talked for a very long time about not putting too much skin in the game with Friday the 13th to reduce liability to the municipality. So do I want this event to be branded as Norfolk County's event? No, but if we can get some discussion on what a grassroots community event that just occurs every Friday the 13th, whether the county encourages it or not, if that meets the standard of a public gathering, then sure. Councilor Michelle.
It wasn't a matter of suggesting that, whether it's us sanctioning this event or not. It's the fact that we are going to, as a municipality, be issuing licenses, and whether or not that would be, deemed as furthering a public gathering in this unique circumstance. So are you seconding that motion then, Councilor Michelle?
Yes, I think I am, Madam Mayor. I just would want to add also the direction to staff regarding communicating with the province. My main intention there is that we do not want to be having any policy that's contrary to a provincial directive.
Okay, further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Opposed? Oh, sorry. Didn't see your hand. Okay, moving on then. Bylaws. We're going to consider bylaw 18Z 2020 first as it relates to a declared conflict. I have mover, Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? Carried. Next one is motion on bylaws 2020-75, 2020-76, 2020-78 through bylaw 2020-81 inclusive. Bylaw 4OP 2020 and bylaws 16, 17, 19, and 20Z 2020 that they be approved, signed by the mayor and clerk and fixed with the corporate seal. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Taylor. Seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? Carried. Next. We've got the one motion from Councillor Van Passen that staff be directed to provide a report to council respecting the county's municipal alcohol policy, CSD-11, and further that staff review amendments through the Protecting What Matters Most Act, Budget Measures 2019, Bill 100, Schedule 38 to the Liquor License Act as they relate to options for the public consumption of alcohol. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I brought this forward just with all the changes going on in the province this year, and some of the provincial regs have loosened up a little bit on the consumption of alcohol in public spaces, and I would just like to, I brought it forward as a motion so that we could gauge support from council before we send staff looking for details and see how it would affect or how it could be implemented and all those things. And, you know, to use up staff time costs money, so wanted some direction from council before staff spent a lot of time researching a report to bring back. And, yeah, my intention is not that there's going to be some big kegger party on the beach in Dover, but maybe a glass of wine in Powell Park or, you know, behind the Linwood Art Center at the gazebo. That wouldn't hurt anybody. And society has sort of matured a bit since the 1920s and Prohibition and the rules that are still in place from that. So, you know, is it time that we looked at other options? So I put it before council, and if there is enough support, then the staff could bring us back a report at some future date. Thank you.
Councilor Rabbits?
Thank you. Through you, I'm in favor of staff endeavoring to find out some more information. The provincial announcement did come some time ago. I don't know if it was a matter of 3-6 months ago. It seems like it was some time. I believe this was prior to the summer season commencing. And I was wondering when we were actually going to have something come back to council. Obviously, COVID derailed, you know, some of those thoughts, I think, for all of us. But I was hoping that when we have these provincial announcements with significant changes, that we do get a staff response for our municipal context. So I think it's very worthwhile to explore. I would second the motion to have that happen. I think, you know, some of the concerns that I have, and now would be an opportune time for us to consider those and put them on the table so staff have some direction. You know, I would be concerned about having glass containers on hard surfaces. I'd be concerned about, you know, maybe the refuse and the garbage or the things that may come with having an event like this take place in a public space. So, you know, those are just my gut reactions, is how do we, you know, maybe even create a space that's separate, say like a playground, in my opinion would be totally inappropriate for this use. But having said that, a park bench, a barbecue, seems totally appropriate, and we are responsible adults, and we need to treat our citizens as such as well. But we also need to be that sober second thought where we protect those that are minors, and those that may have unintended consequences of approving such a bylaw. So that would be my sort of direction to provide to staff, is think about those unintended consequences. How do we avoid them? How do we treat people like adults, enjoy a practical use, but, you know, also how do we deal with those maybe unintended consequences or those bad apples that could ruin this whole thing for everybody?
Councilor Martin?
I too would be interested in supporting this for more information, and I would just suggest to staff that I would be interested, if at all, if it matters at all, if this would contradict any events and fundraisers from not-for-profits. Should they want to have an event space, what does that do for them when applying to have their event? You know, are they still able to turn a profit through sale of alcohol, or are they going to be undermined through this process? But that would be the only thing that comes to mind, that I would like some information wrapped into the report, but I would support this motion.
Okay, so it was seconded by Councilor Taylor. Any further discussion? Councilor Columbus?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would think, too, I know this has received a little bit of chat with Inspector Varga from the Norfolk OPP, and I believe that they would like to chime in on this piece of legislation as well, whereby they feel that there's going to be an increase in police calls if this actually happens. Thank you.
Could be a decrease too. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. Let's move over to general announcements before we go into, well, I should ask, are there any notices of motion? None that I'm aware of. Okay, moving on, let's go to general announcements and then we'll go into close, so Monty's able to go home. Any general announcements from anyone? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to, congratulate McDonald Marine for their annual bass tournament. They did manage to find a way to hold it under strict COVID conditions, and they raised another over $10,000 for London's Children's Hospital. And over the last 20 years, that broke the $150,000 mark that McDonald Marine has raised for that facility.
That's great. Anything further from anyone? Councillor Geisens, go ahead. Oh, I just thought maybe you might have a general announcement for us. Councillor Abbots?
Thank you, and through you. My general announcement is just acknowledging that we've had our action item list returned to council. I think having this as a standing item, it's nice to have staff speak to it, because we are able to scratch some items off the list. Some things have been moved around due to scheduling issues. But the point that I wanted to speak to is just to update the public on ongoing conversations with the BIA and the Pond Street location. So yes, there has been a subcommittee struck, and there's some remarkably talented individuals serving in a volunteer capacity on that subcommittee of the BIA. And we have started meeting in an organized fashion at the Pond Street location to start creating a vision for this property. I can see that the council resolution has stood, directing staff to work with the BIA to come back to council with a report prior to the property being declared surplus. So just to give the public and those user groups some sense of security and some organization, we are looking to rehouse those different user groups, working with them, continuing to build this vision for the Pond Street location. Really, the idea is that once we are able to declare this land surplus, we've already had a visioning process looking at publicly accessible land, potential options for development, so that there is a plan in place to present to a developer. I think in the community there is a concern that the property could go up for fire sale, but I want to assure the public and members of council that that is not the intended plan for that property. So these meetings are going to continue, and I just wanted to give a brief update. I think there's more meetings to come, but rest assured, if you do want to become involved in this process, contact the BIA. We are accepting volunteers at that subcommittee level as well. So thank you for the opportunity to give that public service announcement, and it is contained within our council action item list as well. So thank you for that. I appreciate staff adding it.
Thank you, Councillor Rabbits. Anything further? I just have one. It's going to be a little bit more of a, not so much of a general announcement, but Monty, in doing his homework as a reporter, sent me an email requesting some information as to what exactly was included in the debt issuance. And one of the things that was included was $1 million for financial software. And he made some references to this council having given that direction for financial software. But it wasn't this council, it was way back in 2013. And so in some conversations with staff that I made some inquiries, Andy sent an email this morning to Jason and Shelley and myself with the bylaws that he was able to pull up dating back those years back in relation to that financial software. And the very first thing that struck me almost immediately in the first bylaw was that it was sole sourced for $600,000 back in 2013, but we're issuing $1 million in debt for it. So I was wondering if we could give staff, Shelley's already been doing some investigating, but just some direction to be able to provide some information back to council as to what exactly is in furthering all this digging up of, write-offs and things that have gone on over the past number of years, given that we just issued the debt in 2020 for something that was done back in 2013. I'd kind of like to learn more exactly as to what happened there. So I guess just maybe a show and nod of heads if council's okay with that, for staff to provide a report to council. Perfect. Okay, so next we will move into closed session. That's at 7:10 p.m. to discuss matters First one is the county solicitor memo regarding LPAT for 24 Lynn Street in Port Dover. Second is county solicitor memo regarding the Norfolk Cherry appeal. Next is county solicitor memo regarding the First Nations treaty issues, and finally, county solicitor memo regarding litigation on Hastings Drive. So that's pursuant to sections 239, 2E and F of the Municipal Act 2001, as the subject matter pertains to advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications for that purpose, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before an administrative tribunal or court. That's been moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that's carried. Council reconvene in open session at 7:44 PM. All those in favor? That's carried. First motion moved by Councilor Rabbit, seconded by Councilor Huffman, that council approve the direction provided to the county solicitor in closed session respecting the 24 Lynn Street appeal. All those in favor? Councilor Michelle, are you with us, or is there an issue? Okay, well, that wasn't on our closed session agenda, so you'll have to bring forward at another point. Okay, so the last motion, again, that council approve the direction provided to the county solicitor in closed session respecting 24 Lynn Street appeal. All those in favor? Carried. Moving on, that Norfolk County Council authorize the county solicitor to seek a lawyer with specialization in First Nations law, and that council permits a single source procurement as outlined in Norfolk County Purchasing Policy ECS-02, Section 4.8.4, to supply external legal counsel specializing in treaty First Nations law. Moved by Councilor Rabbit, seconded by Councilor Martin. All those in favor? Carried. Next, that council support the letter as recommended by the Norfolk Agricultural Advisory Board and direct staff to file it in the matter of the Norfolk Cherry Appeal. Moved by Councilor Martin, seconded by Councilor Columbus. All those in favor? Carried. Last one, Councilor Rabbit, seconded by Councilor Huffman, that council approve the direction provided to the county solicitor in closed session respecting the Hastings Drive litigation matter. All those in favor? That's carried. Finally, I guess two more. Councilor Columbus, seconded by Councilor Michelle, that bylaw 2020-82 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of Norfolk County at this council meeting held on the 22nd day of September 2020 be approved, signed by the mayor and clerk, and affixed with the corporate seal. All those in favor? Carried. And finally, council be adjourned at 7:46 PM. Moved by Councilor Michelle, seconded by Councilor Martin. All those in favor? And that's carried. Have a good night, everyone.